Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to lead a truly fulfilling and resilient life? In a world full of constant changes and uncertainties, finding lasting happiness and inner peace might seem elusive. However, ancient wisdom and modern psychology both suggest that the keys to a balanced and contented life lie within our own control. This guide explores 12 timeless principles that can transform your mindset and approach to life, helping you navigate challenges with grace and seize opportunities with confidence. From understanding the transient nature of both joy and sorrow to embracing the power of being present, these principles offer a roadmap for personal growth and well-being. We'll delve into how happiness is a personal choice that stems from within, why accepting what you cannot control brings peace, and how taking risks can lead to greater rewards. Each section is enriched with vivid examples to illustrate how these ideas can be applied in everyday life, making them not just abstract concepts, but practical tools for your journey towards a more fulfilling existence. Number 1. Happiness is a personal choice. Happiness is a deeply personal state that arises from within, shaped significantly by one's mindset rather than external circumstances. Imagine waking up to a gloomy, rainy day. While some may feel down and unmotivated, others might see it as an opportunity to enjoy a cozy day indoors, read a book, or indulge in a warm cup of tea. This difference in perception highlights that happiness is a choice. External factors like social media often create unrealistic standards and comparisons that detract from genuine happiness. Consider Jane, who constantly checks her social media feed, comparing her life to the seemingly perfect lives of others. This habit leaves her feeling inadequate and unhappy. One day, she decides to take a break from social media. Gradually, she notices a positive shift in her mood and starts appreciating the small joys in her own life, like spending time with loved ones and pursuing hobbies. By disconnecting from these external pressures and focusing on cultivating a positive mindset, individuals can find true contentment, embracing gratitude, engaging in activities that bring joy, and surrounding oneself with positive influences are practical steps towards making happiness a personal choice, independent of external validation. 2. Everything is temporary. Life's ebb and flow teaches us that both good and bad times are fleeting. This perspective can be incredibly empowering. For instance, when facing a tough situation like losing a job, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and hopeless. But by remembering that this hardship is temporary, one can muster the strength to persevere. Take John, who was laid off unexpectedly. Initially devastated, he reminded himself that this was just a phase. He used the opportunity to upskill, network, and eventually found a better position that aligned more with his passions. Similarly, good times should be savored because they, too, are transient. Sarah, for instance, celebrated her promotion with gratitude, knowing it marked a significant milestone but wasn't a permanent fixture. By embracing both highs and lows with equanimity, one can navigate life with a balanced and resilient mindset. This acceptance of life's temporariness fosters a deeper appreciation for the present moment, helping us to cherish the good and calmly endure the bad. 3. Life isn't fair. Accepting that life isn't always fair is a crucial step toward personal empowerment. Everyone faces different challenges and circumstances. For example, Emma, born into a less privileged background, faced significant hurdles in pursuing her education. Instead of lamenting her situation, she took charge of her future by working part-time jobs, applying for scholarships, and utilizing community resources. Her determination paid off, and she eventually graduated with honors. Conversely, Jack, who seemed to have everything handed to him, faced his own struggles when his family business collapsed. He realized that his previous advantages didn't exempt him from life's trials. Both Emma and Jack illustrate that life's fairness isn't guaranteed, but personal responsibility and resilience are key to overcoming challenges. By focusing on what can be controlled and proactively seeking solutions, individuals can navigate life's inherent unfairness and emerge stronger. 4. Taking risks. Avoiding risks is often the greatest risk of all. Embracing uncertainty is essential for growth and success. Consider Lisa, who left her stable job to start her own business. The initial phase was filled with uncertainty and setbacks, but her willingness to take that leap led to the creation of a successful enterprise. Similarly, Michael, who decided to move to a new city for better career opportunities, faced numerous challenges, but ultimately found a job that fulfilled his professional aspirations. Taking risks in relationships is equally important. For instance, Alex, after a series of failed relationships, decided to be more open and vulnerable with his feelings. This risk paid off when he met someone who appreciated his authenticity, leading to a meaningful and lasting relationship. These examples demonstrate that embracing risks, despite the fear of failure, often leads to significant personal and professional rewards. 5. The power of being present. Living in the present is crucial for a fulfilling life. While planning for the future is necessary, it shouldn't overshadow current actions. Consider Anna, who was always focused on her future career goals, often missing out on important family moments. When she started practicing mindfulness, she learned to appreciate her present interactions and experiences, leading to a more balanced and joyful life. Dwelling on the past is similarly unproductive. Mark, who constantly replayed past mistakes in his mind, found himself trapped in a cycle of regret. By shifting his focus to the present, he began to engage more fully in his daily activities and relationships, finding a new sense of peace and satisfaction. Embracing the present moment allows for more meaningful connections and experiences, enhancing overall well-being and happiness. 6. The trap of overthinking. Overthinking can lead to unnecessary stress and paralysis. Take Maria, who spent hours agonizing over every decision, big or small. This habit left her exhausted and anxious. One day, she decided to adopt a more proactive approach. Instead of dwelling on potential outcomes, she started making decisions quickly and confidently. This shift not only reduced her stress, but also increased her productivity and satisfaction. Similarly, Tom, who often second-guessed his abilities at work, found himself stuck in a cycle of self-doubt. By taking action, even in small steps, he began to build confidence and competence, breaking free from the trap of overthinking. Taking action, even imperfectly, is often the best way to overcome the paralysis of analysis. It leads to learning, growth, and ultimately, a more fulfilling life. 7. Follow your passion and choose your career wisely. Pursuing a career that aligns with personal interests leads to greater satisfaction and efficiency. Consider David, who worked in a corporate job that he found unfulfilling. Realizing his passion for photography, he started taking classes and building a portfolio. Eventually, he transitioned into a career as a professional photographer, finding much greater fulfillment and success. Investing time in developing relevant skills is essential. Emily, who loved writing, dedicated herself to improving her craft through workshops and practice. Her efforts paid off when she became a published author, turning her passion into a rewarding career. By following one's passion and choosing a career wisely, individuals can experience greater job satisfaction, personal fulfillment, and professional success. 8. Your mind is your greatest ally and adversary. Mindset determines success. Cultivating a positive and growth-oriented inner dialogue is crucial. Take Jane, who often doubted her abilities. By practicing positive affirmations and focusing on her strengths, she began to see improvements in her performance and confidence. Her mindset shift transformed her from her own worst critic to her greatest supporter. Similarly, recognizing and addressing negative self-talk can lead to better outcomes. Mike, who frequently told himself he wasn't good enough, started challenging these thoughts and reframing them positively. This change in mindset led to increased self-esteem and success in his personal and professional life. Being self-aware and nurturing a supportive mindset can significantly enhance life outcomes and personal growth. 9. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is understanding and accepting the difference between what you can control and what you cannot. For example, Susan faced a major health diagnosis that she couldn't change. Instead of dwelling on her lack of control over the illness, she focused on her response to it. She adopted a healthier lifestyle, followed her treatment plan diligently, and maintained a positive outlook. Trying to change things beyond your control leads to frustration and wasted effort. Instead, focus on your actions, thoughts, and responses. This acceptance brings peace and reduces unnecessary stress. By concentrating on what you can control, like your attitude and efforts, you can navigate life's challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of inner calm. 10. Practice. Gratitude. Cultivating gratitude can significantly enhance your perspective on life. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating what you have, you can shift your focus away from what you lack. For instance, Daniel started a daily gratitude journal, listing 3 things he was thankful for each day. This simple practice shifted his mindset from scarcity to abundance, improving his overall mental well-being. Gratitude fosters contentment and encourages a positive outlook on life. Emily, who often felt overwhelmed by her responsibilities, began expressing gratitude for the support of her family and friends. This shift helped her feel more supported and less stressed. Practicing gratitude can improve mental well-being, foster contentment, and encourage a positive outlook on life, making it a powerful tool for personal growth. 11. Embrace adversity as growth. Challenges and setbacks are inevitable, but they also present opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, after failing to secure a promotion, Kevin used the experience as motivation to improve his skills and performance. This adversity pushed him to become more competent and eventually led to a more significant career advancement. Embrace adversity as a chance to develop resilience, learn new skills, and become a stronger individual. Lisa, who faced financial difficulties, learned to budget effectively and find creative solutions to her problems. Each obstacle is a stepping stone toward becoming a more capable and wise person. By viewing challenges as opportunities for growth, one can develop the resilience and strength needed to navigate life's complexities. 12. Maintain a healthy body and mind. Physical health and mental well-being are closely linked. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, and sufficient sleep contribute to overall well-being. For instance, Mark, who struggled with stress, started jogging regularly and noticed significant improvements in his mood and energy levels. Additionally, practices such as meditation, mindfulness, and regular self-reflection can help maintain mental clarity and emotional stability. Sarah, who dealt with anxiety, found relief through daily meditation and mindfulness practices. Taking care of your body and mind is essential for leading a balanced and fulfilling life. By prioritizing health, individuals can enhance their quality of life and achieve a harmonious balance between physical and mental well-being. In conclusion, as we conclude this exploration of 12 foundational principles for a fulfilling and resilient life, it's essential to recognize that true transformation begins with small, consistent changes in mindset and behavior. These principles, rooted in ancient wisdom and supported by modern psychology, offer practical guidance for navigating life's complexities with grace and purpose. Remember that happiness is a personal choice that comes from within, independent of external circumstances. Embrace the temporary nature of all experiences, savoring the good moments and facing challenges with composure. Accepting life's inherent unfairness empowers you to take responsibility and find proactive solutions to your problems. Your risks reduce stress and enhance decision-making. Following your passion and choosing a career wisely can lead to greater satisfaction and success. Your mindset is your greatest ally and adversary, shaping your reality through your inner dialogue. By accepting what you cannot control and focusing on your actions and responses, you can cultivate inner peace and reduce unnecessary stress. Practicing gratitude shifts your perspective from scarcity to abundance, fostering a positive outlook on life. Embracing adversity as an opportunity for growth builds resilience and strength, while maintaining a healthy body and mind ensures overall well-being. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can create a more balanced, fulfilling, and resilient existence. As you move forward, reflect on these principles and consider how you can apply them to your unique circumstances. Each small step you take towards embracing these ideas brings you closer to a life of wisdom, balance, and true contentment. The journey towards a wiser, more balanced and happier you begins with the choices you make today. Embrace these timeless principles and let them guide you towards a more fulfilling life.
Here are 20 powerful moments when silence is your greatest weapon. In a noisy world, knowing when to hold your tongue can save relationships, protect your peace, and showcase your wisdom. Imagine avoiding unnecessary arguments, diffusing conflicts, and commanding respect without uttering a single word. The Stoics believed that silence is a form of strength, not weakness, and mastering it can elevate your life. In this video, we'll explore 20 specific scenarios where staying silent is not only the wiser choice, but also the most empowering. Stay until the end, and you'll learn how to use the power of silence to navigate life's most challenging moments with grace and clarity. 1. When you're angry. Silence during anger is a powerful tool. Speaking while angry often leads to words you'll regret, damaging relationships and your reputation. The Stoics believed in pausing to regain control before reacting. Instead of lashing out, take a deep breath and reflect on the source of your anger. Is it something you can control? Remaining silent allows you to process your emotions and respond thoughtfully later. For example, if an argument escalates, stepping away rather than retaliating diffuses the situation. By choosing silence, you protect your peace and prevent unnecessary conflict, showcasing your emotional strength and self-discipline. 2. When you don't know enough. Admitting ignorance is a mark of wisdom. Speaking on topics you don't understand can make you appear uninformed and close the door to learning opportunities. Instead, choose silence and listen. The Stoics valued humility and the pursuit of knowledge, knowing that understanding comes from observation, not empty words. For instance, in a discussion about a complex topic, holding your tongue allows you to absorb new information and form educated opinions. By remaining silent, you demonstrate a willingness to learn and show respect for those sharing their expertise, earning admiration for your thoughtful restraint. 3. When gossip arises. Engaging in gossip not only harms the subject, but also reflects poorly on your character. The Stoics emphasized integrity, and choosing silence in such moments protects your reputation and inner peace. If gossip arises in a conversation, refrain from contributing or subtly steer the topic elsewhere. Silence signals that you do not condone negativity and ensures you aren't implicated in unnecessary drama. By holding your tongue, you cultivate a sense of trustworthiness, showing others that you value dignity over fleeting amusement. Silence in these situations is a statement of your moral strength. 4. When someone is venting. Sometimes the best thing you can offer someone who's venting is your silence. People often need to feel heard, not fixed. By holding your tongue and simply listening, you provide them with a safe space to express their emotions. The Stoics valued empathy and connection, and silence is a powerful way to build those bonds. For example, when a friend vents about their challenges, resist the urge to interrupt with advice or solutions. Your silent presence demonstrates understanding and respect, strengthening your relationship and allowing them to process their feelings without judgment. 5. When words could wound. Not everything that's true needs to be spoken. The Stoics taught that speech should be necessary, helpful and kind. If your words might harm more than help, choose silence instead. For instance, if someone makes a mistake, bluntly pointing it out might embarrass them. Instead, wait for a moment to provide constructive feedback. Silence in these moments reflects self-restraint and emotional intelligence. By holding your tongue, you prioritize the relationship over fleeting satisfaction, showing that you value connection and kindness over impulsive remarks. Silence becomes a shield for both your integrity and others' dignity. 6. During a heated argument. Silence in heated arguments can be a powerful de-escalation tool. Reacting impulsively often intensifies conflict and makes resolution harder. The Stoics believed in controlling emotions and choosing responses wisely. Instead of engaging in verbal sparring, take a moment of silence to collect your thoughts. For example, if an argument with a partner becomes tense, staying silent allows you to avoid saying something hurtful in the heat of the moment. Later, with a calmer mindset, you can address the issue more productively. Silence here is not weakness, but a sign of strength and emotional maturity. 7. When listening is more valuable. Silence creates space for listening, which is often more valuable than speaking. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding others before expressing yourself. By holding your tongue, you can fully absorb what someone is saying, showing respect and fostering deeper connections. For instance, in a meeting, rather than interrupting with your own ideas, allow others to finish. This not only helps you understand their perspective, but also ensures your response is thoughtful. Silence in these moments is a tool for learning and respect, making your eventual contributions more impactful and appreciated. 8. When someone is criticizing you. Criticism, whether fair or not, can trigger defensive reactions. However, responding with silence gives you the power to pause and reflect. The Stoics encouraged assessing criticism objectively, separating useful feedback from unwarranted attacks. For instance, if someone criticizes your work in a heated tone, staying silent allows you to avoid escalating the situation. You can later consider whether the criticism holds value and address it calmly. By choosing silence, you show emotional control and confidence, which often disarms the critic and maintains your composure in challenging situations. 9. When you're tempted to brag. Bragging may bring momentary satisfaction, but often damages your humility and relationships. The Stoics valued letting actions speak louder than words. If you're tempted to boast about an achievement, hold your tongue and let others notice your success naturally. For example, instead of announcing a promotion, quietly excel in your new role and let your work shine. Silence in these moments showcases humility and maturity, earning more respect than words ever could. It reflects the confidence that comes from within, not from external validation. 10. When confronted with rudeness. Rudeness often provokes immediate retaliation, but silence is a powerful counter. The Stoics taught that we cannot control others' behavior, only our reactions. When faced with rudeness, choosing silence disarms the offender and preserves your dignity. For instance, if someone speaks to you disrespectfully in public, responding calmly or not at all shows strength and self-control. Your silence sends a clear message. Their behavior doesn't affect your peace. This response not only diffuses the situation, but also reinforces your emotional resilience, reflecting the wisdom of prioritizing inner calm over unnecessary conflict. 11. When someone asks for secrets. Trust is a cornerstone of strong relationships, and guarding secrets entrusted to you is vital. The Stoics valued integrity and discretion, which silence upholds. For example, if someone asks about a private matter you were told in confidence, holding your tongue shows respect for the trust placed in you. Revealing secrets might bring short-term gratification, but damages your credibility. By staying silent, you demonstrate loyalty and self-control, ensuring that others see you as reliable and honorable. Silence, in this case, becomes a testament to your character and the strength of your principles. 12. When the timing is wrong. Timing is critical when delivering important messages. Speaking at the wrong time can dilute your words or create unnecessary conflict. The Stoics valued patience and understanding, which silence supports. For instance, if a friend is upset, holding your tongue and waiting for them to calm down ensures your message is received more positively. Silence allows you to assess the right moment for impact. By waiting, you show wisdom and respect for the situation, ensuring that your words carry weight when they are most needed. 13. When it's not your business. Stoicism teaches the value of focusing on what you can control, which includes staying out of matters that don't concern you. If a situation doesn't involve you directly, silence is the wisest course of action. For example, if colleagues are debating a sensitive issue unrelated to your role, Refraining from input keeps you neutral and focused on your priorities. Engaging in others' business often leads to unnecessary complications. Silence in such moments preserves your peace and demonstrates a clear sense of boundaries, showing others you respect their autonomy. 14. When you're being provoked. Provocation often aims to trigger a reaction, but silence can render such attempts powerless. The Stoics believe that choosing not to be provoked is a form of mastery over oneself. For example, if someone insults you, holding your tongue shows you won't stoop to their level. Your silence denies them control over your emotions and maintains your composure. This calm response not only protects your dignity, but often leaves the provocateur feeling embarrassed. Silence in the face of provocation is a demonstration of strength and restraint, reflecting true self-control. 15. When you're about to complain. Complaints rarely solve problems and often drain energy. The Stoics emphasized gratitude and focusing on what you can control. If you're tempted to complain about a frustrating situation, hold your tongue and channel your energy into finding solutions. For instance, instead of venting about traffic, use the time to listen to an inspiring podcast. Silence allows you to shift from negativity to productivity. Complaints rarely lead to change, but silence can pave the way for thoughtful action, keeping you focused on growth and resilience. 16. When you're unsure of your words. Uncertainty about what to say is a clear sign to stay silent. The Stoics valued speaking only when necessary and meaningful. If you're unsure whether your words will add value, it's better to pause and reflect. For example, in a discussion where emotions run high, silence gives you time to organize your thoughts and choose your words wisely. By holding your tongue, you avoid speaking rashly and ensure your eventual contribution is measured and impactful. Silence in these moments showcases thoughtfulness and discipline, qualities that inspire trust and respect. 17. When you need to reflect. Reflection requires stillness, and silence is the foundation of deep thinking. Before making important decisions, the Stoics advise taking time to contemplate your values and desired outcomes. For instance, when faced with a career decision, refraining from discussing it prematurely allows you to process your thoughts privately. Silence creates a space where clarity can emerge, free from outside noise or pressure. By choosing reflection over immediate action, you align your choices with your principles, demonstrating wisdom and foresight in all areas of life. 18. When others are grieving. In moments of grief, silence often speaks louder than words. People mourning a loss don't always need advice or explanations. They need presence and understanding. The Stoics valued empathy and recognized the importance of simply being there for others. For example, when a friend is grieving, offering silent support, like sitting beside them or holding their hand, can be more comforting than any words. Silence shows respect for their emotions and provides a safe space for them to process their pain. By holding your tongue, you demonstrate compassion and allow healing to take its natural course. 19. When you're observing someone. Observation requires quiet focus, and silence is essential for understanding others. The Stoics believed in learning from those around us, but this is only possible when we truly pay attention. For instance, in a team meeting, staying silent and observing colleagues' interactions can reveal valuable insights into dynamics and motivations. Silence sharpens your perception, allowing you to pick up on subtle cues that words might otherwise drown out. By observing without speaking, you gain a deeper understanding of situations and people, enhancing your wisdom and decision-making abilities. 20. when words could destroy trust. Trust is fragile, and careless words can shatter it in an instant. The Stoics emphasized integrity and self-control, urging caution in speech. If you're tempted to reveal a secret or speak out of anger, silence is the better choice. For instance, in a disagreement, refraining from saying something hurtful protects the relationship. Similarly, keeping a confidence strengthens your reputation for reliability. Silence in these moments preserves trust and ensures your actions align with your values. By choosing not to speak, you safeguard relationships and demonstrate true respect for others. Silence is a powerful tool that allows you to protect your peace, build trust, and navigate life with wisdom and grace. Mastering when to hold your tongue, as these 20 Stoic-inspired moments show, can transform your relationships and personal growth. Which of these situations resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and self-improvement tips, and share this with someone who could benefit from the power of silence. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
10 signs you're dealing with an evil person. Have you ever encountered someone who seems to thrive on causing chaos and pain in others' lives? It's a chilling realization, but evil people exist, and their impact can be devastating. Welcome to today's video, where we delve into a topic that's both fascinating and frightening: the signs you're dealing with an evil person. Whether you've crossed paths with such individuals or fear that someone close to you is exhibiting troubling behavior, this is a discussion you cannot afford to miss. Evil people aren't just difficult, they lack empathy, manipulate and control with a cold precision that leaves a trail of destruction in their wake. Stay with us as we uncover the 10 telltale signs of evil, offering wisdom and strategies to protect yourself from their toxic influence. And don't forget, we have a special bonus at the end, a powerful method for setting boundaries with the destructive personalities. Welcome to Wellness Lenses, where we explore mental health and the journey to self-development. Let's dive in. Section 1. Exploitation of vulnerabilities. One of the most insidious traits of an evil person is their ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of others. This exploitation is not a mere act of opportunism. It is a deliberate and calculated move to gain power and control. Imagine a person who, upon learning of your financial struggles, offers seemingly generous help, but with strings attached. Over time, this assistance becomes a tool for manipulation, making you feel indebted and obligated. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised that true strength lies in helping others without expecting anything in return. In contrast, evil individuals weaponize kindness to create dependency. They target your emotional, financial, or physical weaknesses, turning them into instruments of control. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Do not be blinded by their initial generosity or sympathy. Instead, observe the patterns of their actions. Are they genuinely helping, or are they creating a situation where you are increasingly reliant on them? A wise person remains vigilant, understanding that true assistance empowers, while exploitation entraps. Remember, the foundation of any healthy relationship is mutual respect and support, not manipulation through vulnerability. Section 2. Pathological lying. Pathological lying is a hallmark of an evil person. Unlike occasional falsehoods that most people might tell, pathological liars weave a web of deceit that permeates every aspect of their lives. They lie not only to manipulate situations to their advantage, but also for the sheer pleasure of deception. These individuals construct a facade, presenting themselves as trustworthy and reliable while hiding their true intentions. As Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher, taught, integrity and honesty are the cornerstones of a virtuous life. The lies of an evil person erode trust, creating an environment where truth is a rare commodity. Their deceit is often so elaborate and convincing that it becomes difficult to discern reality from fiction. This constant uncertainty destabilizes those around them, leaving a trail of confusion and mistrust. To protect oneself, it is essential to remain grounded in truth and practice discernment. Be aware of inconsistencies in their stories and actions. Over time, their pattern of deceit will become evident. Trust is earned through consistent and truthful behavior, not through the manipulation of facts. By valuing truth and integrity, you shield yourself from the corrosive effects of pathological liars. Section 3. Manipulation. Manipulation is a subtle yet powerful tool wielded by evil individuals to bend others to their will. Unlike straightforward aggression, manipulation is insidious, often masquerading as concern or affection. The manipulator skillfully exploits emotions, using guilt, fear, and obligation to control their victims. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of reason and self-control. He warned against allowing others to dictate our actions through emotional manipulation. Evil people are masters of this dark art. They may play the victim, making you feel responsible for their happiness or success. Alternatively, they might shower you with praise and attention, only to withdraw it to keep you in a state of perpetual insecurity. Recognizing manipulation requires a clear and objective mind. Reflect on your interactions with such individuals. Are their actions and words consistent? Do they often make you feel guilty or obligated? A wise person understands that genuine relationships are built on mutual respect and honesty, not on coercion and deceit. By cultivating inner strength and self-awareness, you can resist manipulation and maintain control over your own life. Remember, true power lies in mastering oneself, not in controlling others. Section 4. Charismatic but toxic. Evil individuals often cloak their malevolence in charisma and charm. At first glance, they seem genuinely interested in you, showering you with attention and making you feel valued. However, this facade quickly fades as their true nature emerges. These toxic personalities thrive on being the center of attention, often resorting to belittling or criticizing others to maintain their dominance. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true character is revealed through consistent actions, not through superficial charm. An evil person's charisma is a tool for manipulation, drawing you in before unveiling their toxic behavior. They may interrupt you, talk over you, or make you feel inferior to bolster their own ego. Recognizing this behavior is essential for self-preservation. Observe how they treat others, especially those who cannot offer them anything in return. A genuinely good person treats everyone with respect, regardless of their status. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. A wise individual remains wary of those who seem too good to be true, understanding that true virtue is quiet and unassuming, not loud and ostentatious. Section 5. Unpredictable behavior. Unpredictable behavior is a common trait among evil people, creating an environment of instability and fear. These individuals are erratic, their actions and moods shifting without warning. This unpredictability keeps those around them constantly on edge, never knowing what to expect next. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus advised, maintaining inner peace requires understanding that external chaos is beyond our control. Evil people exploit this chaos, using it to manipulate and control others. Their erratic behavior can manifest as sudden outbursts of anger, mood swings, or inexplicable actions. This unpredictability is a deliberate tactic to keep you unsettled and dependent on their approval. Recognizing this pattern is crucial. Stay grounded in your own values and principles, and do not allow their chaos to dictate your emotions or actions. A wise person understands that true strength comes from within, not from external validation. By maintaining a calm and steady demeanor, you can navigate the storm of unpredictability and protect your inner peace. Remember, stability and consistency are hallmarks of a virtuous life, while chaos and unpredictability are tools of manipulation. Section 6. Isolation tactics. Isolation is a powerful strategy employed by evil individuals to control and dominate their victims. By severing your connections with friends, family, and support systems, they make you increasingly dependent on them. This isolation can be subtle, starting with criticism of your loved ones and escalating to outright forbidding you from seeing them. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of community and relationships in achieving a virtuous life. Evil people, however, seek to undermine this by isolating you from those who provide support and perspective. Recognizing this tactic is essential for maintaining your autonomy. Pay attention to efforts to distance you from your social network. Are they frequently criticizing your friends and family, or creating conflicts that force you to choose sides? A wise person values and nurtures their relationships, understanding that a strong support system is crucial for emotional well-being. Resist attempts to isolate you by maintaining open communication with your loved ones and seeking their counsel. By staying connected, you protect yourself from the insidious effects of isolation and maintain your independence and strength. Section 7. Lack of empathy. A profound lack of empathy is a defining characteristic of an evil person. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is the cornerstone of meaningful human relationships. Without it, interactions become hollow and self-serving. An evil person's actions are often devoid of any genuine concern for how they affect others. They may inflict pain or discomfort without a second thought, driven solely by their own desires and ambitions. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true strength lies in understanding and caring for others. The absence of empathy creates a void where cruelty and indifference thrive. Recognizing this lack is crucial. Observe how they react to others' suffering or misfortune. Do they show genuine concern, or do they dismiss it as irrelevant? A wise person values empathy and compassion, understanding that these qualities are essential for a harmonious and virtuous life. Protect yourself by setting boundaries with those who lack empathy and surrounding yourself with individuals who demonstrate genuine care and understanding. By doing so, you foster an environment of mutual respect and support, shielding yourself from the coldness of an unempathetic heart. Section 8. Extreme control. Extreme control is a defining trait of evil individuals, manifesting in their relentless desire to dominate every aspect of your life. This control goes beyond mere preferences. It is an all-consuming need to dictate your actions, choices, and even thoughts. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to control our own minds and actions. Evil people, however, seek to strip you of this freedom, imposing their will through constant surveillance, criticism, and intimidation. Recognizing this behavior is essential for reclaiming your autonomy. Reflect on your interactions. Are they always checking up on you, demanding to know your whereabouts and micromanaging your decisions? Do they use threats or emotional manipulation to enforce their control? A wise person understands the importance of personal freedom and the right to make their own choices. Resist their attempts to dominate by setting firm boundaries and asserting your independence. Surround yourself with supportive individuals who respect your autonomy. By doing so, you maintain control over your own life and protect yourself from the oppressive grip of extreme control. Section 9. Enjoyment of others' misery. One of the most disturbing traits of an evil person is their enjoyment of others' misery. This goes beyond a lack of empathy. It is a perverse pleasure derived from causing or witnessing suffering. Such individuals might laugh at others' misfortunes or go out of their way to create pain and chaos. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, emphasized the importance of kindness and compassion in our interactions. Evil people, however, thrive on the opposite. Their joy in others' suffering reveals a deep-seated malice. Recognizing this trait is vital. Observe their reactions to misfortune. Do they show a disturbing delight in the pain of others? A wise person understands that true happiness comes from lifting others up, not tearing them down. Protect yourself by distancing from those who find joy in cruelty. Cultivate relationships with individuals who exhibit kindness and compassion. By doing so, you create a positive environment that fosters growth and well-being. Remember, the measure of a person's character is in their ability to show empathy and kindness, not in their capacity for cruelty and malice. Section 10. Lack of accountability. A lack of accountability is a hallmark of an evil person. They rarely, if ever, take responsibility for their actions. Instead, they are quick to blame others or external circumstances, evading any sense of personal responsibility. Seneca, a Stoic philosopher, emphasized the importance of self-reflection and accountability in personal growth. An evil person's refusal to acknowledge their faults hinders any possibility for improvement or genuine change. This lack of accountability often manifests in constant excuses, shifting blame, and a complete disregard for the consequences of their actions. Recognizing this behavior is crucial. Pay attention to how they respond when confronted with their mistakes. Do they own up to their actions, or do they deflect and accuse others? A wise person values accountability, understanding that it is essential for integrity and trust. Protect yourself by holding firm to your own values and expecting accountability in your relationships. Surround yourself with individuals who demonstrate honesty and a willingness to learn from their mistakes. By fostering an environment of accountability, you ensure that your interactions are built on a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Evil people can weave their way into our lives, leaving us feeling manipulated, controlled, and hurt. But by recognizing these 10 signs, you can protect yourself and reclaim your peace. Remember, it's not just about identifying these traits, but also about setting firm boundaries and standing strong in your values. If you found this video helpful, please like and share it to help others recognize and deal with the evil people in their lives. Don't forget to subscribe to Wellness Lenses for more insights on mental health and self-development. Your support means the world to us and helps us continue bringing you valuable content. Have any questions or experiences to share? Drop them in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay wise, stay strong, and see you in the next video.
Here are the 10 spaces that shape a life of wisdom and purpose, especially for older people. From the sanctuary of a peaceful home to the awe of travel, these places nurture the soul and reflect the art of intentional living. They inspire connection, offer solace, and provide the perspective to navigate life's challenges with grace. Which of these spaces resonates with you? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if you found this video meaningful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who might need this wisdom. Together, let's keep the conversation going. 1. The comfort of a peaceful home. A peaceful home isn't just a luxury, it's a sanctuary. It's the place where chaos finds its boundary and where order reigns supreme. For older people, this isn't merely about having nice furniture or spotless floors. It's about creating an environment that nurtures the soul. Stoicism teaches us that we cannot control the outside world, but we can control how we arrange our immediate surroundings. This principle resonates deeply when you walk into a home that feels like a gentle embrace, a space carefully curated to support a calm and reflective mind. Imagine coming home after a day filled with noise and demands. You step into your home and it greets you like an old friend. Everything is in its place, not because it has to be perfect, but because you've created a space where you can breathe. This isn't indulgence, it's discipline, the kind that Marcus Aurelius practiced when he set his thoughts in order through journaling. Your home becomes a physical manifestation of that effort. The clutter of life is inevitable, but when you commit to order within your four walls, you carve out a small realm of peace amidst the chaos. And in that peace, wisdom has room to grow. 2. A quiet corner for reflection. Every person should have a place where he or she can be alone with his or her thoughts, a quiet corner for reflection. Life is filled with distractions, but without moments of stillness, we lose sight of who we are and what truly matters. The Stoics knew this well. Marcus Aurelius, a man burdened with the weight of an empire, carved out time to reflect each day. If he could manage that, surely we can too. Picture a small sunlit nook in your home, perhaps with a comfortable chair and a journal. This isn't just a physical space, it's a mental sanctuary. Here, you can ask yourself the hard questions. What did I do well today? Where did I fall short? How can I improve tomorrow? It's not about judgment, it's about growth. Reflection helps you navigate life's complexities with grace and purpose. When you regularly pause to reflect, you cultivate resilience. You're less likely to be swept away by the turbulence of emotions or the chaos of the world. Instead, you become anchored in your values, guided by a clear sense of direction. In your quiet corner, you create not only peace, but the foundation for a wiser, more intentional life. 3. Nature's embrace. There's something profoundly healing about nature. The Stoics taught us to align ourselves with it, to see it as both a teacher and a source of solace. Older people often find themselves drawn to natural settings, gardens, forests, or beaches, not just for their beauty, but for the clarity and perspective they offer. Consider the simple act of walking through a forest. The trees stand tall, unwavering in their purpose. They don't complain about the wind or the rain, they simply adapt. As you walk among them, you're reminded that life's challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. This is Stoic wisdom in action. Accept what you cannot change and focus on what you can. Nature also teaches impermanence. The seasons change, flowers bloom and fade, and yet life continues. This can be a comfort as we age, a reminder that while time passes, there is beauty and meaning in every stage. Whether you're tending a garden or simply sitting by a river, nature has a way of quieting the mind and restoring the spirit. It reconnects you to something greater, reminding you of your place in the grand tapestry of existence. 4. A space for meaningful relationships. As we grow older, we begin to value quality over quantity in our relationships. Stoicism emphasizes this as well. It's not about how many people you know, but about the depth and virtue of those connections. Older people often crave spaces where they can nurture these relationships, places to share a meal, a laugh, or a heartfelt conversation. Think about a warm kitchen table, the kind where stories are told and bonds are strengthened. These moments don't happen by accident. They require effort and intention. Seneca once said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." This doesn't mean cutting ties with everyone who challenges you, but rather surrounding yourself with those who inspire you to be better. Meaningful relationships are reciprocal. They require kindness, patience, and a willingness to listen. And when these relationships are nurtured in a thoughtful space, be it a cozy living room or a park bench, they become a source of joy and resilience. Such connections remind us that, even in solitude, we're never truly alone. The love and wisdom we share with others become a legacy that outlives us. 5. Libraries or places of learning. Wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. Older people often find themselves drawn to libraries or other places of learning, not because they lack knowledge, but because they've discovered the joy of continuous growth. This echoes the Stoic belief that education never ends. Epictetus taught that we should always be students, open to new ideas and perspectives. Imagine the quiet hum of a library. He or shelves filled with books hold the insights of generations, waiting to be uncovered. For some, this is a space to revisit old classics. For others, it's a chance to explore new fields. It's not just about acquiring knowledge, it's about feeding the mind and nourishing the soul. Learning also helps us navigate the uncertainties of life. When you immerse yourself in philosophy, history, or science, you gain tools to approach challenges with wisdom and calm. A person who commits to learning not only enriches his or her own life, but also sets an example for those around his or her. He or she shows that it's never too late to grow, adapt, and find meaning in the pursuit of knowledge. 6. A nurturing sanctuary for the body. Our bodies are vessels through which we experience the world, and as we age, nurturing them becomes not just a necessity, but a mindful practice. Older people often gravitate to spaces like yoga studios, gyms, or even quiet rooms for stretching and meditation. The Stoics, though often associated with the mind, understood the importance of caring for the body as well. After all, physical health supports mental clarity and resilience. Think about how a simple yoga session can shift your entire mood. The act of stretching and breathing not only strengthens the body, but also calms the mind. Stoic philosopher Epictetus emphasized the importance of discipline in daily habits, including how we treat our physical selves. This isn't about vanity, it's about maintaining strength and energy to engage with life fully. Creating a sanctuary for your body doesn't require luxury. It can be as simple as a small mat in your home or a favorite walking path. What matters is the intention behind it. Caring for your body is an act of gratitude. It's a recognition of the gift it is and a commitment to keep it well tuned for the challenges and joys of life. 7. A sacred place of legacy. As the years pass, many people begin to reflect on their legacy, what they will leave behind for those they love and the world they've touched. Stoicism reminds us that true immortality lies in the impact of our actions and the lives we've influenced. Cemeteries, family homes, or even gardens planted for future generations become sacred places for older people, where they connect with the idea of permanence through legacy. Imagine standing in a garden you've nurtured for years. Each flower, tree, and blade of grass represents the care and patience you've poured into it. This is a metaphor for the relationships, values, and lessons you've cultivated over your life. The Stoics often spoke of planting seeds, both literally and metaphorically, that will grow long after we're gone. Legacy is not about grand gestures. It's about the small, consistent acts of kindness, wisdom, and love that shape the lives of others. By nurturing these spaces, older people create a lasting connection to the world, a reminder that their presence has meaning far beyond the years they walk upon the earth. 8. Places of worship or spiritual reflection. For many older people, spiritual spaces, whether temples, churches, or quiet natural spots, hold profound meaning. These are places where they connect with something greater than themselves, seeking guidance, gratitude, and peace. Stoicism, though not a religion, aligns with this longing for transcendence. It encourages us to recognize our small yet meaningful place in the universe. Picture entering a quiet cathedral or sitting on a mountaintop at dawn. The stillness reminds you of how vast the world is, and yet, within that vastness, you matter. The Stoics believed in the logos, or the rational order of the universe, and that aligning oneself with it brings a sense of harmony. Spiritual spaces offer this alignment, a chance to step outside daily concerns and reflect on life's deeper truths. In these moments, you're reminded of the beauty of surrender. Some things are beyond your control, and that's okay. By frequenting spaces of spiritual reflection, older people ground themselves in gratitude and humility, finding peace in the interconnectedness of all things. 9. Community hubs or social gatherings. Connection is essential, and older people often seek out community hubs, book clubs, senior centres, or local cafes, where they can share their stories and hear the stories of others. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of relationships grounded in virtue and mutual respect. These gatherings become opportunities to practice empathy, kindness, and understanding. Think of a lively book club discussion or a quiet coffee shared with a friend. These moments are not trivial, they're profound. They remind us that we're part of something larger, that our experiences, joys, and struggles are mirrored in others. As Seneca wrote, "One hand while he or she's the other." Community enriches our lives, offering support and shared wisdom. Older people find immense joy in these spaces, not just as participants, but as contributors. They share their knowledge, mentor others, and listen deeply. By fostering these connections, they build a network of support and love that sustains them and those around them. These hubs become reminders of the Stoic principle that we are all interconnected and have a responsibility to one another. 10. Travel destinations that inspire awe. As life progresses, the yearning to explore doesn't fade, it deepens. Older people often seek travel destinations that inspire awe, whether it's ancient ruins, towering mountains, or bustling cultural hubs. The Stoics valued travel not as an escape, but as a way to expand the mind and deepen one's understanding of the world. Imagine standing before the Colosseum in Rome or watching the sunrise over the Grand Canyon. These moments take your breath away, not because they're extraordinary, but because they remind you of the grandeur of existence. Stoicism teaches us to embrace this sense of awe, recognizing that we're part of a vast, intricate universe. Travel also teaches humility. You encounter different perspectives, cultures, and ways of living, which challenge your assumptions and broaden your empathy. Older people often find these journeys transformative, returning home with a renewed sense of purpose and wonder. By seeking out these places, they embody the Stoic ideal of living fully, engaging with the world, appreciating its beauty, and learning from its diversity.
Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign: they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign: subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign: their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign: they avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Tranquil. Fifth sign: they give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. Sixth sign: they avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign, they're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule. It was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. Eighth sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, "Well, actually, every time." It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign, they're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.
12 signs of poor boundaries. Imagine navigating through life without the weight of constant worry, resentment, or self-doubt. Picture a reality where your sense of self remains unshaken, no matter the external pressures. This serene existence is within reach, rooted in the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and the mastery of setting healthy boundaries. Boundaries profoundly impact our lives, influencing our relationships, mental and physical health, and our very identity. In this enlightening discussion, we explore the 12 signs of poor boundaries, unveiling how these often overlooked aspects can entangle us in toxic relationships, exhaust our mental and physical health, and erode our true selves. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, each sign is dissected, offering timeless strategies to reclaim control, build resilience, and live with greater integrity and purpose. Ready to transform your life and relationships? Let's uncover the wisdom behind setting boundaries and embracing your true self. Number 1, neglecting personal growth. Neglecting personal growth is a telltale sign of poor boundaries, a concept deeply rooted in the Stoic philosophy. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of self-improvement and living a life aligned with virtue. When one overcommits to the needs of others, personal development is often sacrificed. This neglect not only stifles one's potential, but also leads to a life unfulfilled. The Stoics remind us that the highest good lies within, and thus we must prioritize our own growth to achieve true contentment. Embracing the Stoic principle of continuous self-improvement requires setting boundaries that allow for reflection, learning, and the cultivation of inner virtues. By doing so, we honor our true selves and contribute more meaningfully to the world around us. Remember, personal growth is not a selfish endeavor, but a necessary foundation for a life of wisdom and resilience. Set boundaries that protect your time and energy, ensuring that you can focus on becoming the best version of yourself. In doing so, you not only elevate your own life, but also inspire and uplift those around you. Number 2, over-focus on others. The Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of balance, especially when it comes to our focus on others. Over-focusing on the needs of others at the expense of our own well-being is a clear sign of poor boundaries. While helping others is a noble pursuit, it must not lead to self-neglect. The Stoics urge us to maintain our inner tranquility and self-care, for only then can we be truly effective in our service to others. Excessive self-sacrifice leads to burnout and diminishes our capacity to support those we care about. By setting healthy boundaries, we ensure that our efforts to assist others do not come at the cost of our own health and happiness. In Stoic terms, this balance is achieved by recognizing our sphere of control and focusing on what we can manage, our own actions and reactions. Protect your well-being by establishing clear limits on how much you extend yourself for others. This practice not only preserves your energy, but also enhances the quality of your support, allowing you to serve from a place of strength and stability. Number 3, the loss of self. Losing one's sense of self is a profound consequence of poor boundaries. The Stoics champion the idea of knowing and embracing one's true nature, staying steadfast in one's principles and purpose. When boundaries are weak, individuals often absorb the identities and roles of those around them, leading to a diluted sense of self. This erosion of personal identity is contrary to Stoic wisdom, which emphasizes self-awareness and authenticity. To live a virtuous life, one must maintain a strong sense of self, unshaken by external influences. Setting firm boundaries allows you to remain true to your values and inner compass. The Stoics remind us that our primary duty is to ourselves, to cultivate our character and live in accordance with our principles. By doing so, we not only preserve our identity, but also offer genuine and unwavering support to those around us. Protect your sense of self by clearly defining your boundaries, ensuring that you remain rooted in your true identity, regardless of external pressures. Number 4, fear of rejection and abandonment. Fear of rejection and abandonment can cripple our ability to set healthy boundaries, yet Stoic wisdom offers a path to overcome these fears. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate resilience and independence, focusing on what we can control: our thoughts, actions, and reactions. This internal strength diminishes the power of external fears. When we fail to set boundaries due to fear of being left or rejected, we give away our peace of mind. The Stoics urge us to seek contentment within ourselves rather than relying on external validation. This shift in perspective empowers us to establish boundaries that protect our well-being without the anxiety of losing others' approval. By embracing the Stoic principle of inner resilience, we become less dependent on the whims of others and more grounded in our own worth. Set boundaries confidently, knowing that true relationships will respect and honor them. In doing so, you create a life anchored in self-respect and inner strength, immune to the destabilizing effects of fear. Number 5, resentment and annoyance. Resentment and annoyance often arise from overextending ourselves due to poor boundaries. The Stoics advise us to manage our emotions by accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our own actions. When we neglect our boundaries, we often find ourselves frustrated and resentful, feeling taken advantage of by others. Stoic wisdom teaches us that these negative emotions are indicators of our own missteps in maintaining boundaries. By recognizing and addressing the root cause, our failure to set limits, we can reclaim our peace of mind. Establishing clear boundaries is an act of self-care that aligns with Stoic principles. It allows us to interact with others from a place of balance and composure rather than frustration. Accept the responsibility for your boundaries and use them to protect your emotional well-being. By doing so, you transform resentment into tranquility, fostering healthier and more respectful relationships. Number 6, inability to say no. The inability to say no is a common sign of poor boundaries, and Stoic philosophy provides valuable guidance on this issue. The Stoics remind us that true self-respect involves making choices that align with our values and well-being. Saying no when necessary is a form of self-care and integrity. When we consistently agree to tasks or favors out of fear of conflict or disappointing others, we compromise our own needs and values. The Stoic advocate for a life of virtue, which includes the courage to say no when it is in our best interest. This practice not only preserves our energy and focus, but also ensures that our commitments are genuine and meaningful. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to your true nature by confidently setting boundaries and saying no when needed. This act of self-respect not only enhances your own well-being, but also fosters more authentic and balanced relationships. Number 7, passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is a subtle yet destructive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism promotes clear and honest communication rooted in respect and understanding. When we fail to set and communicate our boundaries directly, frustration and unmet needs often manifest as passive-aggressive behavior. This indirect expression of dissatisfaction creates confusion and resentment in our relationships. The Stoics teach us to address issues head-on with calmness and clarity, ensuring that our interactions are based on mutual respect. By setting clear boundaries and communicating them openly, we avoid the pitfalls of passive aggressiveness. This approach fosters healthier relationships and aligns with the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with others. Embrace the courage to communicate your needs and boundaries directly, creating a foundation of respect and understanding in all your interactions. Number 8, people-pleasing. People-pleasing is a clear indicator of poor boundaries and a significant barrier to living a virtuous life. Stoicism teaches us to seek inner contentment and integrity over external approval. When we prioritize pleasing others over our own needs and values, we compromise our true selves and invite imbalance into our lives. The Stoics remind us that our worth is not determined by others' opinions, but by our own virtuous actions. By setting boundaries that honor our true nature, we live with authenticity and self-respect. People-pleasing often stems from a desire for validation, but Stoicism encourages us to find that validation within. Cultivate the strength to set boundaries and prioritize your own well-being, knowing that true respect and admiration come from living in accordance with your principles. Number 9, oversharing. Oversharing is another sign of poor boundaries that Stoicism addresses through the principle of discretion. Sharing too much information too quickly, especially without establishing trust, can lead to vulnerability and regret. The Stoics advocate for measured and thoughtful communication, sharing only what is necessary and appropriate. This practice not only protects our own well-being, but also fosters trust and respect in our relationships. By being discerning in our interactions, we maintain our dignity and avoid the pitfalls of oversharing. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of caution and discretion, ensuring that your communication is both respectful and prudent. This approach strengthens your boundaries and enhances the quality of your relationships. Number 10, difficulty making decisions. Difficulty making decisions often stems from poor boundaries as we struggle to balance our own needs with those of others. According to Stoic wisdom, we must exercise our rational mind to make decisions aligned with our values and virtues. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control and to act with clarity and purpose. When we are torn between overextending ourselves and honoring our commitments, it indicates a lack of clear boundaries. By setting firm limits, we empower ourselves to make decisions confidently and with integrity. Embrace the Stoic principle of rational decision-making by establishing boundaries that support your values and well-being. This practice not only enhances your own life, but also fosters more respectful and balanced relationships. Number 11, mental health impacts. Poor boundaries significantly impact mental health, a concern that Stoicism addresses through the cultivation of emotional balance and resilience. The Stoics teach us to manage our thoughts and emotions, recognizing that poor boundaries can lead to anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. By setting clear boundaries, we protect our mental well-being and create a foundation for a more balanced and fulfilling life. Stoic practices such as mindfulness and self-reflection help us maintain our emotional equilibrium, even in challenging situations. Embrace the Stoic principle of self-care by establishing boundaries that support your mental health. This approach not only enhances your own well-being, but also allows you to be more present and effective in your relationships. Number 12, dependence on external validation. Dependence on external validation is a pervasive sign of poor boundaries. Stoicism encourages us to find validation within ourselves, recognizing that true worth comes from virtuous living. When we constantly seek approval from others, we compromise our own values and invite instability into our lives. The Stoics teach us to cultivate inner contentment and self-respect, relying on our own judgment and principles. By setting boundaries that prioritize our well-being and integrity, we free ourselves from the need for external validation. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of self-reliance, ensuring that your actions are guided by your values rather than the opinions of others. This practice not only strengthens your boundaries, but also enhances your sense of self-worth and fulfillment. Mastering the art of setting boundaries is not just about protecting your peace, it's about reclaiming your true self and living a life of purpose and resilience. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism, you can transform your interactions, nurture your mental health, and cultivate a sense of inner tranquility that remains unshaken by external chaos. As you reflect on these 9 signs of poor boundaries, consider how they manifest in your own life and how you can start making changes today. Remember, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect and a commitment to living authentically. We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. How have boundaries, or the lack thereof, impacted your life? Share your stories in the comments below, and let's continue this journey toward greater wisdom and self-awareness together. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insights on living a balanced and fulfilling life. Stay wise and stay true to yourself.
10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this: you've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted. This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a co-worker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time. This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. You're doing fine. Keep it up. While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, what aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve? Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control, your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills? This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control, our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career.
Here are 10 things you should never share with your family, no matter how close you are. Oversharing might seem harmless, but it could unintentionally damage relationships, create misunderstandings, or even leave you feeling vulnerable in ways you didn't expect. Imagine revealing a past mistake, only to see pity replace respect in your loved one's eyes. Or casually sharing a health concern, only to spark excessive worry that changes how your family interacts with you. These are just a couple of examples where well-intentioned openness can backfire. But what if you could avoid these traps entirely? What if choosing thoughtful silence in key areas could actually deepen your family connections and bring you greater peace? In this video, we'll explore not just what to keep private, but why it matters. You'll discover how these strategies protect your relationships, preserve your dignity, and create an environment where you can thrive. By the end, you'll have a clear roadmap to balance openness with discretion, ensuring that your family sees you for the strong, resilient person you are Let's dive into these 5 essential secrets you should keep to yourself. 1. Negative opinions about extended family members. It's tempting to vent about an annoying cousin or a meddlesome aunt during family conversations. After all, family dynamics can get tricky, and emotions sometimes run high. But openly sharing negative opinions about extended family members can do more harm than good. Not only can it create unnecessary tension, but it may also lead to long-lasting rifts that affect everyone involved. Imagine this scenario. You're frustrated with a distant uncle who always gives unsolicited advice at gatherings. You casually share your feelings with a sibling, expecting sympathy. Instead, they relay your words to another family member who eventually tells your uncle. Now, what started as harmless venting becomes the spark for a feud. The next family event is awkward, with everyone walking on eggshells, and you're left wondering if it was worth it. One reason to keep negative opinions private is the ripple effect they can create. Family members often feel compelled to take sides, even when they'd rather not. What you see as a personal grievance might snowball into a wider issue, dragging others into a conflict they weren't involved in. Even well-meaning relatives can escalate the situation by sharing your comments under the guise of clearing the air. Another reason is the fleeting nature of emotions. A comment made in frustration can lose its significance once you've calmed down. Unfortunately, the damage it causes may linger. Extended family relationships are often less forgiving because they don't involve the daily closeness that builds trust and understanding over time. A careless word can permanently tarnish how someone views you or how you view them. Instead, focus on addressing your frustrations privately. Journaling, meditating, or discussing your feelings with a trusted friend outside the family can help you process emotions constructively. If the issue with the family member persists, consider approaching them directly and respectfully rather than involving others. This approach avoids unnecessary drama and shows emotional maturity. By choosing to keep negative opinions private, you protect your family's harmony and demonstrate respect for everyone involved. Relationships can stay cordial and gatherings remain enjoyable. After all, family isn't about perfection. It's about finding ways to coexist peacefully despite differences. Choosing discretion strengthens bonds and creates an atmosphere of trust that benefits everyone. 2. Your financial struggles in real time. Money can be a sensitive subject, especially when you're going through financial difficulties. While it might feel natural to share these struggles with family members, doing so in real time can create unnecessary worry, judgment, or even tension within relationships. Instead, managing these challenges privately or with a trusted advisor can help you maintain independence and preserve family harmony. Consider Sarah, a 40-year-old who had recently started a small business. As with many startups, she faced financial uncertainty in the first year. Eager to share her experiences, she confided in her parents about how difficult things were. Although her parents wanted to help, their concern quickly turned into frequent calls, unsolicited advice, and suggestions to abandon the business for a safer corporate job. Sarah felt supported at first, but soon found their constant questioning and interventions overwhelming, leaving her feeling doubted rather than encouraged. One reason to avoid sharing financial struggles prematurely is the pressure it can place on your loved ones. Parents or siblings may feel obligated to step in financially, even when they're not in a position to help. Others might inadvertently treat you differently, viewing you through a lens of struggle rather than capability. These shifts in dynamics can strain relationships and erode the respect you've built over time. Another consideration is how financial struggles are often temporary. Sharing these issues in the moment might paint an incomplete picture of your overall stability. Once you've overcome the challenge, your family may still associate you with that struggle, even if you've moved on. It's better to address the issue, learn from it, and share insights once you've gained perspective and resolution. Instead of opening up about real-time financial issues, focus on actionable steps to resolve them. Seek professional advice, create a budget, or brainstorm solutions with a mentor or trusted friend. If you do decide to share with family, keep it focused on lessons rather than current hardships. For example, how you're learning resilience or managing challenges effectively. By keeping financial struggles private, you shield your family from unnecessary worry and maintain your own sense of control. This approach helps you emerge stronger and ensures your relationships remain rooted in mutual respect and positivity. When you do choose to share your story, it will be from a place of growth rather than vulnerability. 3. Personal, spiritual, or philosophical doubts. Sharing personal doubts about spirituality, religion, or philosophy can be a deeply vulnerable act. While it's natural to wrestle with such questions, revealing them too openly to family, especially in households where beliefs are tightly held, can unintentionally create confusion, tension, or even judgment. Choosing to process these doubts privately can help you preserve your peace and maintain harmony within your family. Take David's story, for example. Raised in a devout household, he began to question his religious beliefs in his early 30s. Feeling the need to share, he confided in his mother during a family dinner. Her response was immediate and emotional. She saw his doubts as a rejection of their shared faith and upbringing. What David intended as a conversation about exploration turned into a heated debate, leaving both parties feeling misunderstood. The following months were marked by strained interactions and an unspoken discomfort that neither could fully address. One reason to keep spiritual doubts private is the deeply personal nature of such journeys. These questions often require time, introspection, and exploration to understand fully. Sharing prematurely may open you up to criticism or advice that feels dismissive or even intrusive. Family members may react defensively, seeing your doubts as a challenge to their own beliefs or a rejection of shared values, even if that's not your intention. Additionally, unresolved doubts may not yet have clarity or answers. Sharing them too soon could lead to misunderstandings or assumptions about where you stand, creating unnecessary friction. Processing these thoughts privately or with a trusted confidant outside the family allows you the space to explore without feeling pressured to defend or justify your feelings. Instead of voicing your doubts openly, consider exploring them through journaling, reading, or speaking with someone who can provide neutral guidance, like a spiritual mentor or therapist. If you feel the need to share with family, frame it in a way that focuses on your exploration rather than presenting it as a definitive stance. For instance, saying, "I'm trying to learn more about my beliefs," is less likely to provoke strong reactions than declaring a sudden shift. By choosing to keep spiritual or philosophical doubts private, you give yourself the freedom to explore without external pressure. This allows you to preserve family harmony while staying true to your personal journey. When the time comes to share your conclusions, you'll do so with clarity and confidence, fostering meaningful and respectful dialogue. 4. Minor health concerns. It's natural to share aspects of your health with your family, especially as you age or experience new physical challenges. However, constantly voicing every minor ache, pain, or discomfort can lead to unintended consequences: worry, overreaction, or even a shift in how your family perceives you. Choosing to keep minor health concerns to yourself can help maintain a positive and balanced family atmosphere. Let's consider the example of Linda, a 65-year-old retired teacher. She started noticing occasional joint pain in her hands. One day, she mentioned it casually to her son. Concerned, he immediately began researching remedies, suggesting doctor visits and lifestyle changes. While Linda appreciated his care, the response left her feeling overwhelmed and, surprisingly, a bit fragile. Over time, she noticed her family started treating her differently, checking on her constantly and avoiding asking her for help with simple tasks. What started as a small issue turned into a source of unnecessary focus and worry. One reason to avoid sharing every minor health issue is the anxiety it can create for your family. Loved ones may feel obligated to step in, offer advice, or even overcompensate by treating you as if you're less capable than you are. This can alter the dynamics of your relationships, making them feel more like caregivers than equals. Another factor is the psychological impact on you. Constantly discussing health concerns can make them feel bigger than they are, drawing your focus to discomfort rather than wellness. This can unintentionally reinforce a mindset centered on limitation rather than resilience. Instead of vocalizing every small health issue, focus on maintaining your overall well-being. Share positive updates about what's going well, like enjoying a walk or trying a new hobby. If you need support for a more serious issue, choose a trusted family member to confide in without making it the center of attention. By keeping minor health concerns private, you create an environment where your family sees you as strong, capable, and engaged in life. This approach helps preserve your sense of independence and ensures that conversations with loved ones focus on joy and connection, not worry. When serious health issues arise, your family will know you value their support, making those moments more meaningful. 5. Unfulfilled dreams or wishes. We all have dreams we've had to set aside, careers we didn't pursue, places we didn't visit, or passions we didn't fully explore. While these unfulfilled wishes are a natural part of life, sharing them too openly with family can sometimes create unintended sadness or feelings of guilt. Choosing to keep these dreams private allows you to cherish them without burdening loved ones. Take the story of Robert, a retired mechanic who had always dreamed of becoming an artist. In his younger days, he loved painting and even dreamed of opening a small gallery. Life, however, had other plans. He built a career, raised a family, and found satisfaction in other ways. One day, during a casual conversation, Robert shared his dream with his granddaughter, expecting to inspire her with his love for art. Instead, she looked at him with a mix of pity and guilt, saying, "I wish you'd been able to do that, Grandpa." What Robert intended as a heartfelt moment left his granddaughter feeling sad, and as though her existence might have been part of why his dream wasn't realized. This reaction surprised him, making him reflect on whether sharing his unfulfilled wish was the best choice. One reason to hold back on discussing unrealized dreams is that younger family members may misinterpret them as regrets, rather than a natural part of life's journey. They might feel guilty, believing they somehow contributed to your choices or sacrifices, even if that's not true. Another reason is that dwelling too much on what didn't happen can overshadow what did. Life is rarely about achieving everything on our list. It's about finding meaning and joy in the choices we've made. Sharing stories of resilience and fulfillment helps family members see you as someone who embraced life's twists and turns with gratitude. Instead of openly discussing unfulfilled dreams, focus on celebrating the values and experiences that shaped who you are. For instance, if Robert had shared stories of how his artistic creativity enriched his career or his relationships, he could still convey his love for art without unintentionally making his granddaughter feel burdened. By cherishing your dreams privately, you preserve them as personal reminders of who you are and what you value. This approach allows your family to see you as someone who embraced life's journey with strength and gratitude, inspiring them to do the same. 6. Past major mistakes. Our past is full of experiences that shape us, including moments of failure or poor judgment. While it can be tempting to share these stories with family members as cautionary tales, doing so might lead to unintended consequences. Past mistakes, even those meant as lessons, can alter how family members perceive you and create an emotional burden for them. Choosing to keep some of these stories private allows you to preserve both your dignity and the family dynamic. Take the example of Maria, a retired entrepreneur who once invested heavily in a business venture that failed. She shared the story with her son, intending to teach him about financial caution. While he appreciated the lesson, Maria noticed a subtle shift in his behavior. He began questioning her financial advice more often and occasionally joked about her decision in ways that stung. What she saw as a moment of vulnerability and wisdom had unintentionally changed how her son viewed her. One reason to keep major mistakes private is the potential for misinterpretation. Family members, especially younger ones, may not fully grasp the nuances behind your actions. They might focus on the failure rather than the lessons learned, seeing it as a reflection of your character rather than just a moment in time. This can shift their perception of you from a role model to someone fallible in ways they hadn't considered. Another reason is the emotional burden such stories can place on loved ones. Hearing about your past struggles might make them feel pity or regret, even if you've long since moved past those feelings. Instead of inspiring them, the story might weigh on their minds, making them overly cautious or even resentful of the risks they feel compelled to take. Rather than recounting every detail of your mistakes, focus on sharing the wisdom you've gained in a way that's relatable but not overly personal. For example, instead of describing the specifics of a failed investment, you might say, "I've learned to always research thoroughly before committing to something new." This conveys the lesson without exposing vulnerable parts of your past. By choosing discretion, you allow family members to see you as someone who has grown through life's challenges without being defined by them. This fosters a sense of respect and admiration, inspiring your loved ones to embrace their own resilience. It's not about hiding who you are, but about framing your story in a way that uplifts rather than burdens. Disappointments or dissatisfaction with family. As we watch our loved ones navigate life, it's natural to form hopes or expectations for them. Whether it's wishing they'd chosen a different career, lived closer, or approached life in a way more aligned with our values, these feelings can lead to disappointment. However, openly expressing dissatisfaction with family members' choices often does more harm than good. Choosing silence in these moments fosters trust, respect, and stronger relationships. Consider Amelia, a retired librarian whose daughter decided to pursue a career in the arts instead of the stable, traditional path Amelia had envisioned. Though Amelia admired her daughter's creativity, she couldn't shake her concern about financial security. One day, she voiced her feelings during a family dinner, suggesting her daughter consider something more reliable. Amelia thought she was being helpful, but her daughter felt criticized and unsupported. Their relationship grew strained, and her daughter became more reluctant to share her dreams. One reason to keep disappointments private is that expressing them can make loved ones feel as though they've let you down. Even well-intentioned comments can come across as judgment, creating a divide in the relationship. This can lead to defensiveness or a sense of inadequacy, making it harder for family members to feel comfortable being their authentic selves around you. Another reason is the subjectivity of disappointment. Often these feelings stem from our own values, experiences, or expectations rather than an objective reality. What feels like a poor choice to you might be deeply fulfilling to them. Acknowledging this can help you shift your perspective and focus on what truly matters, their happiness and growth. Instead of voicing dissatisfaction, focus on offering quiet support and encouragement. Celebrate their strengths and achievements, even if they differ from what you envisioned. For instance, Amelia could have praised her daughter's creativity and passion while offering practical advice only when asked. This approach shows love and respect, strengthening the bond between them. By choosing silence over criticism, you create a safe, nurturing space where your family members feel accepted for who they are. This fosters open communication and deeper trust, ensuring that your relationships are built on a foundation of love rather than unmet expectations. In the long run, your silent support will speak louder than words, encouraging your loved ones to thrive on their own terms. 8. Conflicts with friends or co-workers. Workplace drama or tensions with friends can be frustrating, and sharing these experiences with family might feel like an easy way to vent or gain perspective. However, airing conflicts with those outside your family can lead to unintended complications. Family members might form lasting negative opinions about the people involved, or even worry excessively about your relationships or professional stability. Choosing to handle these disputes privately helps maintain both your peace and your family's. Take Jason, for example. He recently had a falling out with a longtime friend over a financial disagreement. Feeling frustrated, he shared the story with his sister, expecting sympathy. While she listened and empathized, her opinion of Jason's friend soured. Even after they resolved their issues, Jason noticed his sister remained distant and critical toward his friend, making social gatherings uncomfortable. What Jason saw as a fleeting conflict had left a lasting impression on his sister. One reason to keep conflicts private is that family members often don't have the full context of your relationships. They are more likely to take your side and form judgments based on the version of events you share, which may not always reflect the complexity of the situation. When you reconcile with the person, your family might still hold on to their negative perceptions, creating unnecessary tension or awkwardness. Another reason is that venting can magnify the problem. Repeating the story to others can reinforce feelings of frustration or anger, making it harder for you to move on. Handling the conflict directly with the person involved allows you to resolve the issue without outside interference or judgment. Instead of sharing every detail with family, consider finding a neutral outlet to process your feelings, such as journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend outside the situation. If you must discuss it, frame the conversation as seeking advice rather than airing grievances, keeping it solution-focused. By keeping personal conflicts private, you preserve your relationships and prevent unnecessary drama. This approach also allows your family to see you as someone who handles challenges with emotional maturity and discretion. In the end, Your ability to resolve conflicts quietly demonstrates strength and resilience, setting a positive example for your loved ones. When the dust settles, your relationships remain intact, free from lingering judgments or misunderstandings. 9. Your plans for major life. Changes before they're certain. Big life decisions like changing careers, moving to a new city, or starting a new venture are exciting but also come with uncertainty. Sharing these plans with family before they're finalized might seem like a good way to involve them, but it can invite unsolicited advice, skepticism, or even unnecessary pressure. Keeping these plans private until you're certain allows you the space to make decisions on your terms. Take Emily's story, for example. She was considering leaving her corporate job to pursue her passion for baking and open a small cafe. Excited yet unsure, she shared her idea with her parents during a casual conversation. Instead of encouragement, she was met with concerns about financial risks and stability. Their questions, though well-meaning, left Emily feeling more anxious and doubtful about her decision. Ultimately, she shelved the idea, not because it wasn't viable, but because the added pressure from her family made it harder to focus on her goals. One reason to keep plans for major changes private is to avoid premature judgment. Family members often respond from a place of concern, offering advice or opinions based on their experiences rather than understanding your vision. This can lead to doubt, second-guessing, or frustration, which might derail your decision-making process. Another reason is the potential to change your mind. Plans for significant changes often evolve as you gather more information or explore new angles. Sharing too early may create expectations among family members, making you feel obligated to follow through even if your priorities shift. Instead of announcing your plans prematurely, focus on gathering the information and resources you need to make an informed decision. Seek guidance from mentors, colleagues, or friends who can provide neutral, practical insights. Once your plans are more concrete, you can share them with your family confidently, framing the conversation around your well-thought-out decision. By keeping major life changes private until you're ready, you protect your decision-making process from unnecessary external influence. When you do share your plans, your confidence and clarity will inspire your family's trust and support. This approach not only preserves your peace, but also strengthens your ability to navigate life's transitions with independence and resilience. It's not about excluding your loved ones, but about ensuring you involve them at the right time on your terms. 10. Personal plans for assets. Discussing your plans for assets and inheritance might seem like a way to assure your family of their future, but sharing too much too soon can lead to unintended consequences. Misunderstandings, assumptions, or even conflicts can arise when these topics are brought up prematurely. By keeping your asset plans private until the right time, you ensure family relationships stay focused on love and connection rather than material concerns. Consider Robert, a retired banker who had spent years carefully planning his estate. Eager to share his intentions, he casually mentioned to his 2 children how he planned to divide his assets. What started as a simple conversation quickly turned into a heated discussion, with both children sharing opinions on how things should be handled. Robert hadn't expected his private plans to spark tension, but now he felt caught in the middle, his original intentions overshadowed by disagreements. One reason to keep these plans private is the potential for disputes among family members. Even when intentions are clear, differing expectations or needs can lead to unnecessary tension. Family members might unintentionally focus on material aspects rather than the relationships that truly matter. Another reason is the pressure it can place on you. Sharing plans too early might make you feel obligated to consider everyone's opinions, even when they don't align with your goals or values. This can lead to feelings of frustration or even regret as you navigate family dynamics while trying to finalize your decisions. Instead of discussing your plans openly, consider working with a trusted financial advisor or estate planner to ensure everything aligns with your wishes. When the time comes to share your intentions, do so with clear documentation and an explanation rooted in love and fairness. This approach minimizes confusion and ensures your decisions are respected. By keeping asset plans private, you create a sense of peace and independence around your decisions. Family time can remain focused on connection and shared memories rather than future expectations. When you do share your plans, it will be with confidence, allowing your loved ones to respect your choices and the legacy you're leaving behind. Ultimately, this discretion protects the harmony and trust within your family, ensuring relationships remain the priority over material concerns. As we journey through life, we learn that some things are best kept close to the heart. Choosing what to share and what to keep private isn't about secrecy. It's about protecting your peace, preserving your relationships, and fostering an environment of respect and understanding. By thoughtfully balancing openness with discretion, you can deepen your family connections while staying true to yourself. If this video resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us continue sharing practical advice and timeless wisdom for a fulfilling and balanced life. We'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned about what to keep private? Share your insights in the comments below. Your perspective could inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. In relationships, there are certain qualities that make a lasting impact, traits that go beyond surface-level attraction and create deeper connections. As I've explored these qualities within myself, I've come to appreciate how each one contributes not only to my personal growth, but also to the strength and authenticity of my relationships. From confidence and resilience to emotional intelligence and passion, each trait shapes how I show up for my partner and allows us to build a foundation rooted in respect, trust, and inspiration. Here, I dive into 15 essential traits that I strive to embody, each bringing its own unique value and depth to the connections I form. 1. Independence. I've come to realize that independence is one of the most essential qualities I can develop, not just in my relationships, but in every part of my life. Being independent means having a life that's fulfilling and balanced, where I pursue my own passions, set my own goals, and don't make someone else the center of my existence. When I embrace independence, I'm creating a dynamic in my relationship that naturally attracts the kind of person who values strength and self-sufficiency, qualities that I want in both myself and my partner. Independence, to me, is about cultivating a life that stands on its own, where my happiness doesn't solely depend on any one person. I focus on maintaining my friendships, pursuing my hobbies, and making sure that my goals are always moving forward. For instance, I stay committed to my personal growth, which could mean learning a new skill, taking up a challenging project at work, or even taking time off to relax and reflect. When I give myself this space to evolve and improve, it not only makes me a better person, but also a more appealing partner. After all, being someone who's driven and engaged with life is attractive in its own right. Being independent doesn't mean I'm closed off or unwilling to make someone a priority. Instead, it's a way of ensuring that I don't lose myself in a relationship. I've seen too many people, and I've even done it myself, become so wrapped up in their partner that they forget who they are outside of that connection. I want to stay grounded in who I am, with a clear sense of my own worth and values. That way, I'm entering a relationship as a whole person, not someone seeking fulfillment from someone else. In practical terms, independence means that I make time for my interests, even when I'm dating someone. If I have a weekly meet-up with friends or a solo project that I'm working on, I make sure those remain priorities. This doesn't mean that I neglect my partner or refuse to make compromises. It simply means that I don't abandon what's important to me. I believe that keeping my life in balance is one of the best ways to ensure that I'm also bringing the best version of myself into my relationships. Independence also brings a level of mystery to the relationship. When I have my own goals and responsibilities, it adds depth and intrigue. I'm not always available or ready to drop everything because I have a full life. This isn't about playing hard to get, but about being genuinely engaged with my world, which in turn keeps the relationship interesting. I think there's something captivating about a person who has a rich, varied life. It's something I admire in others too. When I reflect on independence, I see it as a form of respect for both myself and my partner. By maintaining a strong sense of self, I'm able to offer them a genuine connection, not one driven by neediness or dependency. I want to be with someone who respects my autonomy, who understands that my independence is part of what makes me, me. In the end, my goal is to find a relationship where we support each other's journeys, both individually and together, knowing that our connection is made stronger by our unique, independent lives. 2. Ambition. Ambition is something I believe every person should nurture in their lives. For me, ambition means having a clear sense of purpose and direction, a constant drive to improve, grow, and achieve. I don't see ambition as just the pursuit of career success or financial gain. To me, it's about consistently striving for something more, something that makes me feel fulfilled and allows me to contribute meaningfully to the world around me. When I'm ambitious, I'm setting a high standard for myself, and that energy naturally spills over into every area of my life, including relationships. Having ambition keeps me engaged and motivated. It gives me goals to work towards, and that brings a sense of excitement and determination into my day-to-day life. I'm someone who always wants to challenge myself, whether it's through setting new professional milestones, improving my health and fitness, or dedicating myself to personal projects that I'm passionate about. This kind of drive makes me feel alive and keeps me moving forward, regardless of where I am in life. When I'm actively pursuing my goals, I feel more connected to my purpose, and that gives me an underlying sense of satisfaction and confidence. Ambition also adds a dimension of respect and admiration to my relationships. I find that when I'm driven, I attract people who are similarly goal-oriented and passionate. Being around other ambitious people is inspiring. It creates a shared energy and motivation that lifts us all up. I've noticed that when I express my aspirations and work toward them, it encourages the people around me to pursue their own dreams too. Ambition is contagious, and I want to be with someone who understands and appreciates the value of having big dreams. To me, ambition doesn't mean I'm always hustling or grinding non-stop. It's not about sacrificing everything for the sake of achievement. Instead, it's about knowing that I want more from life and making intentional choices that align with my goals. Whether that's working on a personal project, learning a new skill, or pushing my limits physically, my ambition shows up in ways that improve me as a person. I think the best kind of ambition is balanced. It's driven yet mindful, constantly striving, but never losing sight of what really matters, including my relationships and personal well-being. Having ambition can also make relationships more exciting. I don't want to be in a relationship where we're both content to just coast along. I want a partnership where we're both pushing each other to become the best versions of ourselves, where we're constantly evolving, both together and as individuals. For me, a relationship should be an adventure, a journey that includes personal growth and new experiences. Being ambitious means I'm always open to learning, open to change, and open to new possibilities, which keeps the relationship dynamic and full of life. Ambition, for me, is also about resilience. It means not giving up when things get tough and having the mental strength to push through setbacks. I want a partner who can see that drive in me and who can appreciate my determination to keep going, no matter the obstacles. When I'm ambitious, I'm not afraid to take risks, and I'm not easily discouraged. I find that this quality inspires confidence, both in myself and in those around me, including my partner. It shows that I'm committed to my own growth, and that I'll work hard to overcome challenges in all aspects of life. Ultimately, ambition is a trait that makes me feel deeply fulfilled. It's about setting high standards, dreaming big, and knowing that I have the power to shape my own future. When I focus on my ambitions, I'm taking charge of my life, and that sense of agency brings me a lot of joy. I believe that when I'm living my life with ambition, I'm offering my partner someone who's fully alive, engaged, and passionate about creating a better future. And that, in my experience, is something that's incredibly attractive and enriching in a relationship. 3. Adaptability. Adaptability is a quality I'm constantly working to improve because life is full of changes and unexpected turns. For me, being adaptable means having the mental flexibility to handle whatever life throws my way and the resilience to move forward regardless of the circumstances. I see adaptability as one of the most empowering traits a person can have. It's what allows me to face challenges without losing my sense of direction. In relationships, adaptability is crucial. It helps me handle disagreements, navigate life changes, and keep the connection strong, even when things aren't going exactly as planned. In my experience, relationships are never static. They evolve as we grow, and they require adjustment and compromise. I've learned that being adaptable is about more than just going with the flow. It's about actively embracing change and being open to new perspectives. Whether it's learning to communicate better, adjusting to a new routine, or finding ways to support my partner through their own changes, I believe adaptability allows me to be more responsive and understanding. When I'm adaptable, I'm able to meet my partner where they are, rather than getting frustrated if things don't go according to my initial expectations. Adaptability also means not being too attached to any one way of doing things. In my life, I try to stay open-minded and curious, always looking for ways to improve or explore new possibilities. I don't want to be the kind of person who gets stuck in old habits or routines simply because they're comfortable. Change, while often uncomfortable, pushes me to grow and brings new energy into my life and relationships. I find that when I embrace change, it makes me more interesting and engaged as I'm constantly learning and adapting. This trait has helped me stay grounded during life's challenges. Whether it's a career change, a move, or a personal setback. Adaptability allows me to see obstacles as opportunities to learn and grow. It gives me the resilience to handle tough situations without falling apart. When I'm adaptable, I'm not easily discouraged. Instead, I'm ready to find solutions and adjust my approach to meet the demands of the moment. This is a quality I hope to bring into my relationships, as it helps create a more harmonious, understanding environment. Adaptability also fosters better communication. I've noticed that being willing to listen, consider other perspectives, and shift my approach makes it easier to resolve conflicts. Instead of getting defensive or rigid when there's a disagreement, I try to remain open and responsive, allowing for a dialogue that respects both of our viewpoints. I think that when I'm adaptable, I show my partner that I value our relationship enough to work through challenges together. It demonstrates that I'm committed to growing and evolving, not just as an individual, but also as a partner. For me, adaptability also means balancing my own goals and needs with those of my partner. It's about finding a middle ground that respects both of our ambitions, desires, and dreams. I want to be with someone who appreciates flexibility and understands that life will bring changes, some of which we can't foresee. By being adaptable, I'm preparing myself and my relationship for the inevitable ups and downs that life brings. I don't want to be someone who gets thrown off course by every little disruption. I want to be someone who can stay steady and supportive no matter what. Ultimately, adaptability is a trait that helps me build resilience and deepen my connections. It keeps me grounded, yet open to the new and unexpected. In relationships, I believe it's one of the most important qualities because it allows both partners to grow together rather than feeling constrained by rigid expectations. When I'm adaptable, I'm better able to enjoy the journey, handle changes gracefully, and approach life with a positive, open attitude. This is the kind of energy I want to bring into my relationships, a sense of flexibility, resilience, and optimism that enriches both my life and the lives of those around me. 4. Sense of humor. A sense of humor is one of the most powerful tools I have, both in life and in relationships. To me, humor isn't just about making people laugh. It's about seeing life through a light-hearted lens, especially when things get tough. Having a good sense of humor allows me to stay resilient in difficult times, connect more easily with others, and add a sense of fun and joy to my relationships. When I can laugh at myself, at the small annoyances, or even at life's curveballs, it helps me handle challenges with a clear mind and a lighter heart. For me, humor has been a source of connection with others. I find that laughter breaks down walls and helps people feel at ease, whether in casual settings or deep conversations. When I'm able to share a laugh with someone, it's like creating a moment that says, "I get you, and I'm right here with you." In relationships, humor is especially valuable. It helps me create a bond with my partner that's not just based on attraction or shared goals, but on genuine enjoyment of each other's company. Being able to laugh together, even at the little quirks we each bring, fosters a sense of camaraderie and understanding. I believe that a strong sense of humor is a sign of emotional resilience. Life is unpredictable, and sometimes things don't go the way we want. When I can laugh at these moments rather than letting them stress me out, it shows that I'm able to roll with the punches and keep a positive outlook. Humor helps me stay grounded, even when things feel uncertain or challenging. In relationships, this resilience allows me to support my partner in tough times without letting negativity take over. by keeping things light-hearted, I'm able to lift the mood and remind both of us that we can handle whatever comes our way. One of the biggest advantages of humor in a relationship is that it diffuses tension. Conflicts are inevitable, but humor can make it easier to navigate disagreements without letting them escalate. When I can inject a bit of humor into a tense moment without dismissing or invalidating my partner's feelings, it can help us both take a step back and see the situation from a less serious perspective. Humor allows me to address issues calmly and creates a sense of safety where neither of us feels judged or criticized. It reminds us that, ultimately, we're on the same team. A sense of humor also means that I'm not afraid to laugh at myself. Self-deprecating humor shows that I don't take myself too seriously, and it keeps me humble. When I can poke fun at my own quirks and mistakes, it signals that I'm comfortable in my own skin. I think this level of self-assurance is attractive because it shows confidence without arrogance. In a relationship, it tells my partner that I'm okay with my imperfections, and I'm not striving for an unattainable image of perfection. This honesty and comfort in my own skin helps create an environment where we can both be ourselves, flaws and all. At its core, a sense of humor is about finding joy in life. It's a reminder that not everything needs to be taken seriously, and that sometimes the best way to deal with a problem is to just laugh it off. This doesn't mean I ignore challenges or avoid important conversations. Instead, it means I approach life with an open heart, ready to find the silver lining, even when things seem bleak. I've found that when I share this perspective, it helps my partner feel more optimistic, too. It's like creating a shared mindset where we can both lean on humor to get through life's ups and downs together. In the end, humor adds depth to my relationships. It allows us to share lighter moments, relieve stress, and create memories filled with laughter. I want to be someone who can bring joy to the lives of others, who can see the funny side even in tough times, and who encourages my partner to do the same. Humor is one of the best ways to build a strong, lasting connection, and it's a quality I'm always proud to cultivate. By keeping a light-hearted outlook, I'm not just making life more enjoyable, I'm building a relationship that's rich with joy, resilience, and genuine connection. 5. Bad boy traits. The concept of bad boy traits might sound a bit cliché, but I've come to understand it as a mix of confidence, independence, and a sense of mystery. I don't think of it as being rebellious or disrespectful. Rather, it's about embodying qualities that make me intriguing, emotionally self-reliant, and a bit unpredictable. To me, the essence of these traits is about not conforming entirely to expectations and maintaining a life that's genuinely my own, even when I'm in a relationship. One of the key components of what's often referred to as bad boy traits is the ability to keep a sense of mystery. I found that being a bit reserved about my life adds a natural sense of intrigue. I don't feel the need to overshare everything about myself right away, and I value having aspects of my life that are just for me. It's not about hiding things. It's about letting my partner gradually discover who I am over time. By keeping some things to myself, I create a dynamic where there's always something new to learn about each other, which keeps the relationship fresh and engaging. Another part of this approach is maintaining emotional independence. I don't rely on a partner for my happiness or self-worth. I take responsibility for my own emotional state. When I'm in control of my emotions and not dependent on constant validation, I'm able to be a more stable and reliable partner. I believe that emotional independence allows me to be fully present in the relationship without feeling pressured to constantly seek approval. This confidence in who I am and in my own self-worth is magnetic because it signals that I'm a grounded, self-sufficient person. In my experience, this kind of emotional resilience is deeply attractive, as it provides a foundation of strength and stability. The bad boy persona also includes a sense of unpredictability, which I interpret as simply being open to new experiences and willing to keep things exciting. I don't want to fall into routines that make life feel stale, whether that's in my relationship or my personal life. Instead, I embrace spontaneity and enjoy mixing things up. This might mean planning a surprise date, trying out new activities, or even just being a little playful and adventurous in our interactions. By keeping things unpredictable in a fun and respectful way, I'm creating moments of excitement and curiosity that deepen our bond. An often misunderstood aspect of these traits is the ability to say no and set boundaries. I don't believe in being overly accommodating just to please someone else. I stay true to my values and preferences. This doesn't mean I'm inflexible or unwilling to compromise. It just means that I'm clear on what I want and don't feel the need to change myself to gain approval. Having clear boundaries shows that I respect myself and have a strong sense of identity. When I stand firm in my choices, I find that it creates mutual respect and a balanced relationship dynamic. I've also learned the importance of not always being readily available. In today's world of constant messaging and instant communication, it's easy to feel like we should be on call at all times. But I believe there's value in letting my partner miss me and having time apart to recharge and focus on my own life. I pursue my own interests and passions, which adds depth to who I am and gives me things to bring back to the relationship. Having a life outside of the relationship allows me to maintain my individuality and ensures that when we're together, it's more meaningful. Finally, I embrace a sense of self-assurance that comes from not needing to explain or justify myself constantly. I don't feel compelled to seek approval for every decision or action. Instead, I act based on what feels right for me, within the boundaries of respect and consideration for my partner. This self-confidence, combined with independence and a hint of mystery, creates a dynamic that makes relationships feel exciting yet stable. In essence, bad boy traits to me aren't about being reckless or insensitive. They're about maintaining self-respect, embracing independence, and allowing for a bit of mystery and spontaneity. These qualities help me build a relationship that's grounded, exciting, and fulfilling. I've come to see these traits as a way of bringing strength and depth into my connections, creating a balance where both my partner and I feel engaged, respected, and continually drawn to each other. 6. Self-respect. Self-respect is one of the most foundational qualities I strive to cultivate in my life and relationships. It means valuing myself, my principles, and my boundaries, and never compromising who I am to gain approval or affection. Self-respect helps me maintain a strong sense of identity, and it keeps me grounded, allowing me to approach relationships from a place of confidence and integrity. When I have self-respect, I'm able to engage with others in a way that feels honest and authentic, because I'm not trying to mold myself to fit someone else's expectations. For me, self-respect begins with setting clear boundaries. I've learned that if I don't respect my own limits, it's difficult to expect others to do so. In relationships, this means being clear about my needs and values, and not being afraid to communicate them. I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to build meaningful connections that respect both myself and the other person. When I have boundaries, I protect my well-being and ensure that I'm only giving what I can truly offer without resentment. By holding to my boundaries, I'm also sending a message that I value myself enough not to settle for less than I deserve. Self-respect also involves a sense of self-worth. I don't seek validation from external sources or rely on someone else to make me feel valued. My self-worth comes from within, built on my achievements, my character, and my values. I remind myself that I am enough as I am, and I strive to build on that foundation daily. This internal sense of value allows me to stand tall, even in the face of rejection or disappointment, because I know that my worth isn't tied to someone else's opinion. When I approach relationships with this self-assurance, I find that it creates a balanced dynamic, where I'm not overly reliant on my partner for validation or happiness. Having self-respect means being able to say no when something doesn't align with my values or goals. I no longer feel guilty about setting limits, whether it's with friends, family, or a romantic partner. Saying no is a way of honoring myself and recognizing that my time, energy, and values are important. I've found that when I stand firm in my decisions, it attracts people who genuinely respect and value me. By respecting myself enough to decline things that don't serve me, I create space for what truly aligns with who I am. Self-respect is also about taking care of my physical, emotional, and mental well-being. This means making time for things that nurture me, whether it's exercise, pursuing hobbies, or investing in personal growth. I've noticed that when I prioritize self-care, I show up better in my relationships. I have more energy, patience, and understanding to give, and I'm less likely to fall into cycles of resentment or burnout. Respecting myself means putting my needs first, not out of selfishness, but because I know that by taking care of myself, I'm able to offer a healthier, more balanced presence to those around me. In relationships, self-respect is key to maintaining equality and mutual respect. I'm not willing to tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or any behavior that undermines my dignity. I approach relationships with kindness and respect, but I expect the same in return. When I respect myself, I naturally attract people who see and appreciate my value, and I'm able to recognize when someone doesn't treat me as I deserve. Self-respect empowers me to walk away from unhealthy situations without fear, knowing that my happiness and well-being come first. Ultimately, self-respect gives me the freedom to be true to myself. I don't feel the need to change or hide who I am to gain acceptance. I want a partner who values me for my authentic self, not for some idealized version of me. With self-respect, I bring honesty, confidence, and a deep sense of personal integrity into my relationships. This quality creates a foundation of trust and stability because I'm consistent, genuine, and unafraid to stand up for what I believe in. In essence, self-respect is the cornerstone of how I approach both my life and my relationships. It empowers me to live authentically, love deeply, and build connections that are grounded in mutual respect. When I hold myself in high regard, I'm able to give and receive love in a way that's healthy, balanced, and truly fulfilling. Self-respect keeps me centered and reminds me that I'm worthy of the best life and relationships have to offer. 7. Confidence. Confidence for me is about having a steady inner belief in who I am and what I bring to the table. It's not about being the loudest person in the room or seeking attention. Rather, it's a quiet assurance that comes from knowing my own worth and capabilities. Confidence is deeply attractive because it signals to others that I'm comfortable in my own skin, that I don't need constant validation and that I'm fully capable of handling whatever life throws my way. In relationships, this confidence allows me to bring my authentic self forward without fear of judgment or rejection. Building confidence starts with self-acceptance. I've come to understand that being confident doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm comfortable with my imperfections and strengths alike. I don't try to hide my flaws or pretend to be someone I'm not. I know who I am, and I accept myself as I am, both the good and the not so good. This self-acceptance forms the foundation of my confidence. When I'm secure in who I am, I'm not easily shaken by external opinions or setbacks. I approach relationships with this same level of acceptance, knowing that I'm bringing something unique and valuable to the table, just as I am. Confidence also means having a clear sense of purpose. I find that when I have goals, passions, and a direction in life, it gives me a sense of purpose that fuels my confidence. Knowing what I'm working toward and making consistent progress keeps me grounded and motivated. In relationships, this purpose-driven confidence is attractive because it shows that I have my own life, ambitions, and interests. I'm not waiting for someone else to complete me. I'm already on my path, and I want a partner who's on theirs too. I believe that two people who are both confident and purpose-driven create a stronger, more resilient partnership. In my experience, true confidence also means not being overly concerned with seeking approval. I don't need to rely on external validation to feel good about myself. This doesn't mean I'm closed off to feedback or unwilling to grow. It just means that my self-worth isn't dependent on what others think of me. I set my own standards and work hard to meet them, finding pride in my accomplishments, even when they're small. When I can be proud of myself without needing others to tell me I'm worthy, I can approach relationships from a place of wholeness rather than neediness. Confidence allows me to be assertive in expressing my needs and desires. I don't shy away from communicating what I want or standing up for myself. In relationships, this assertiveness creates clarity and prevents misunderstandings. I'm not afraid to be direct or honest, and I find that this honesty is refreshing for both myself and my partner. Being confident doesn't mean I'm rigid or inflexible. It simply means I know what I value, and I'm willing to communicate that openly. This kind of honesty fosters trust, as it shows that I'm transparent about who I am and what I want. Another important aspect of confidence is resilience. When I face rejection, failure, or disappointment, I don't let it crush my self-esteem. Instead, I see these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. Confidence helps me stay grounded, even when things don't go as planned, because I know that my worth isn't defined by any single outcome. In relationships, this resilience allows me to approach challenges calmly and work through them without getting discouraged. I'm not afraid to put in the effort to make things work, but I also know when to walk away if something isn't serving my well-being. This balance of commitment and strength is key to building a healthy relationship. Finally, confidence makes me more approachable and open to connecting with others. When I'm confident, I'm not consumed by insecurities or self-doubt, so I'm able to focus on my partner and engage with them fully. I'm able to be present, listen actively, and share meaningful experiences without holding back. This level of openness and self-assurance creates a warm, inviting energy that naturally draws people in. Confidence allows me to be fully myself, creating a space where both my partner and I can be authentic and vulnerable together. In the end, confidence is about embracing my identity, living with purpose, and facing life with resilience and openness. It's a quality that empowers me to build relationships based on mutual respect, honesty, and genuine connection. Confidence allows me to show up as the best version of myself, ready to give and receive love in a way that's fulfilling and balanced. When I approach life and relationships with this deep inner confidence, I am not only enriching my own experience, but also creating a solid foundation for a healthy, lasting connection with others. 8. Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, for me, is about understanding and managing my own emotions, while also being attuned to the feelings and needs of others. In relationships, I've found that emotional intelligence is invaluable. It allows me to connect on a deeper level, handle conflicts with empathy, and build trust through genuine understanding. Being emotionally intelligent means I'm not just focused on what I'm feeling, but I'm also open to and respectful of my partner's emotional landscape. This quality has been key to creating relationships that feel safe, supportive, and deeply connected. The first part of emotional intelligence is self-awareness. I try to stay in tune with my own emotions and understand the reasons behind them. This doesn't mean I'm immune to feeling angry, sad, or frustrated. It means I can recognize these emotions without letting them control my actions. For example, if I feel myself getting upset, I pause to understand why, rather than reacting impulsively. This awareness helps me approach situations with a clear mind and a calm demeanor, which is essential in relationships. When I'm aware of my own emotions, I can communicate them more effectively and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Another crucial aspect of emotional intelligence is empathy. Empathy allows me to put myself in my partner's shoes, to truly understand what they might be feeling. I believe that being able to empathize creates a strong sense of connection and shows my partner that I genuinely care about their experiences. It's not just about saying the right words. It's about listening deeply, paying attention to non-verbal cues, and responding with compassion. When I show empathy, I'm telling my partner that their feelings are valid and that I'm here to support them no matter what. Emotional intelligence also helps me communicate more effectively. I know that effective communication isn't just about expressing my own thoughts, but also about listening actively and giving my partner space to share their perspective. I strive to be a good listener, to be patient, and to make sure my partner feels heard. This means not interrupting, not jumping to conclusions, and not immediately trying to fix things. Often, people don't want solutions. They just want someone to understand them. By focusing on understanding rather than solving, I'm able to build a deeper emotional connection with my partner. One of the biggest benefits of emotional intelligence is that it helps me handle conflicts constructively. Instead of letting emotions spiral out of control, I try to approach disagreements calmly and respectfully. When emotions are running high, I've learned to take a step back, breathe, and refocus. This doesn't mean avoiding difficult conversations. It means approaching them with a level-headed perspective. I aim to address the issue at hand without letting emotions escalate. By staying composed, I'm able to keep the focus on finding solutions rather than fueling the conflict, which is crucial for building a lasting, respectful relationship. Self-regulation is another component of emotional intelligence. It's about controlling impulsive reactions and staying calm under pressure. When I'm able to manage my emotions, I'm less likely to say or do things I'll regret later. This discipline shows my partner that I'm someone who can be counted on to remain stable, even during challenging times. Self-regulation creates a sense of security in the relationship, as it shows that I'm responsible for my own emotional responses. I'm able to offer a calm presence, which can help de-escalate situations and bring clarity when things feel chaotic. Another part of emotional intelligence is being open to feedback. I know I'm not perfect, and I'm open to learning from my mistakes. When my partner offers feedback, I try to take it constructively without getting defensive. This openness to feedback is important because it shows that I'm willing to grow and improve, both for myself and for the relationship. Emotional intelligence means I'm not afraid to acknowledge my flaws and work on them, creating a more positive, growth-oriented dynamic with my partner. Ultimately, emotional intelligence is about building a relationship where both partners feel valued, understood, and supported. It's about creating an environment where vulnerability is welcome, where emotions can be shared openly without fear of judgment. By practicing emotional intelligence, I aim to bring empathy, patience, and understanding into my relationships. I believe that when I approach relationships with this level of emotional maturity, I'm able to create a strong foundation built on mutual respect and trust. Emotional intelligence allows me to show up as a partner who is compassionate, communicative, and committed to growing together. It's a skill I continuously work on, knowing that it not only improves my relationships, but also enhances my ability to connect meaningfully with the world around me. Through emotional intelligence, I'm able to build relationships that are resilient, loving, and deeply fulfilling. 9. Steadfastness. Steadfastness to me is about being reliable, consistent, and true to my word. It's the commitment to following through on my promises and being there when I say I will be. In relationships, steadfastness is a quality that builds trust, as it reassures my partner that I'm someone they can count on. When I'm steadfast, I'm creating a sense of stability that allows my partner to feel secure and valued, which I believe is essential for a strong, lasting connection. At its core, steadfastness is about showing up, even when it's inconvenient or difficult. Life can throw a lot of unexpected challenges our way, and it's easy to give up or pull back when things get tough. But I believe that true commitment means being there during those hard times. If I've made a commitment to someone, I'm prepared to stand by it, not just when things are smooth, but also when they're challenging. Whether it's keeping my word on a small promise or supporting my partner through a tough period, I want to be someone who can be relied upon no matter what. Steadfastness also means being dependable in the everyday aspects of a relationship. If I say I'm going to do something, I make sure to follow through, whether that's calling when I said I would, being on time for plans, or lending a hand when my partner needs support. These may seem like small acts, but they add up to create a foundation of trust. By consistently showing up and being dependable, I'm proving that my partner can rely on me, which fosters a deep sense of security and respect in the relationship. Another part of being steadfast is having patience. Relationships go through different phases, and there are times when things may not be perfect. During these times, I've learned that it's important to be patient and understanding rather than giving up or getting frustrated. This patience allows me to see beyond temporary difficulties and focus on the bigger picture. I want to build a relationship that's resilient, one that can withstand challenges and continue to grow stronger. My commitment to patience and understanding helps me to stay steady, even when things aren't easy. Steadfastness also involves being true to my values. I'm committed to living with integrity and aligning my actions with my beliefs. This means that I'm not easily swayed by outside influences or temporary desires. Instead, I act according to what I know is right and what aligns with my long-term goals. In relationships, this integrity allows me to be a stable presence, someone who isn't constantly changing based on external circumstances. I believe that staying true to my values shows my partner that I have a clear sense of who I am, which adds to the stability and predictability they feel in our relationship. Being steadfast doesn't mean being rigid. It means being reliable without being inflexible. I believe in the importance of compromise and adapting when necessary, but I do so without losing sight of the promises I've made. Flexibility allows me to adjust as life changes, but my commitment to my partner and my values remains constant. I want my partner to feel that they can rely on me, no matter what changes life brings. This blend of consistency and adaptability is what makes steadfastness such a valuable quality. In relationships, steadfastness creates a safe space where my partner can be vulnerable without fear of judgment or abandonment. They know that I'm here to stay, even when things aren't perfect. This assurance allows us both to open up more fully and build a deeper, more authentic connection. I think one of the most powerful aspects of steadfastness is the trust it builds. When my partner knows that I'm committed to them, it allows us to focus on growth and building a shared future, rather than constantly questioning each other's commitment. Ultimately, being steadfast is about being a source of stability, strength, and support. I aim to be the kind of partner who's there through thick and thin, who follows through on commitments, and who offers a reliable foundation for the relationship. This quality brings a sense of peace and trust, allowing us both to feel secure in the knowledge that we have each other's backs, no matter what. Steadfastness is something I hold close to my heart, and I believe it's one of the most meaningful ways to show love and respect in a relationship. It reminds me that actions speak louder than words, and that true commitment isn't just about saying I'll be there. It's about proving it day after day through my actions and consistency. This quality helps me create relationships that are rooted in trust, loyalty, and a shared vision for the future, which are the true foundations of lasting love. 10. Masculinity. Masculinity, to me, is about embodying strength, resilience, and emotional stability. It's not about being aggressive or domineering. Rather, it's about having the confidence and calmness to handle life's challenges and protect and support those I care about. In relationships, I see masculinity as a way of creating a safe, supportive space where my partner feels secure and respected. True masculinity involves leading with strength and compassion, balancing assertiveness with empathy, and demonstrating reliability and integrity. One of the core elements of masculinity, as I see it, is emotional stability. Life can be unpredictable, and relationships naturally go through ups and downs. I believe it's important to remain calm and centered, especially during times of stress or conflict. This doesn't mean suppressing my emotions. Rather, it means managing them in a healthy way and not letting temporary frustrations affect how I treat my partner. When I'm able to stay composed, I provide a grounding influence that can help us both navigate challenges more smoothly. My goal is to be a stable presence that my partner can rely on, even during turbulent times. Masculinity also involves a sense of purpose. I believe that being purpose-driven not only keeps me focused, but also helps me grow into a more grounded and resilient person. Whether it's in my career, personal development, or relationships, having a clear sense of purpose allows me to make intentional choices and set meaningful goals. In relationships, this sense of purpose adds a layer of depth and direction. I'm not just drifting or reacting to life. I'm actively building a future, which makes me a more dependable partner. This clarity and focus are qualities that I think contribute to a sense of masculinity. Another important aspect of masculinity is the ability to protect and provide, not just financially, but emotionally and physically as well. To me, being protective means creating a safe and supportive environment where my partner feels valued and secure. It's about being attentive to their needs and offering reassurance when they feel vulnerable. I want my partner to feel that I'm there to support them, whether that's by listening during difficult times, providing comfort, or stepping up when challenges arise. This protective nature is rooted in care and respect, and I see it as an essential part of being a reliable, supportive partner. Strength is also a big part of my concept of masculinity, but it's not just physical strength, it's mental and emotional resilience. I want to be the kind of person who can face adversity with courage and persistence. Strength for me means having the determination to overcome setbacks and the resilience to keep moving forward, even when things get tough. In a relationship, this strength allows me to support my partner without being overwhelmed by obstacles. I believe that my ability to remain steady during challenging times helps create a relationship that feels secure and enduring. Masculinity, in my view, also involves taking the lead when necessary. Leadership isn't about control or dominance. It's about making decisions with confidence and taking responsibility for the outcome. In a relationship, I aim to be someone who can step up, offer direction, and make thoughtful choices that benefit us both. This doesn't mean that I disregard my partner's opinions. Rather, it means that I'm prepared to make decisions and guide us when needed, always with respect and consideration. I see this kind of leadership as a way to build trust and offer reassurance, showing my partner that they can rely on me. However, true masculinity is also balanced with vulnerability. I believe that being strong doesn't mean hiding my emotions or pretending that I have it all together all the time. Being able to open up and show my true self, including my fears and insecurities, is an essential part of my masculinity. It takes courage to be vulnerable, to share what's on my mind, and to ask for support when I need it. I've found that this openness not only strengthens my relationships, but also deepens the level of intimacy and trust between us. In essence, masculinity is about being a strong, supportive, and steady presence in my partner's life. It's about having the courage to face challenges, the determination to pursue my goals, and the empathy to be a compassionate and understanding partner. I aim to bring a balanced form of masculinity into my relationships, one that combines resilience with empathy, confidence with humility, and strength with openness. By embodying these qualities, I believe I can offer my partner a relationship that feels both grounded and dynamic, one where they can feel safe, valued, and deeply connected. Ultimately, masculinity is about being the best version of myself, embracing both my strengths and vulnerabilities. It's about honoring my own values and offering a stable, loving presence to my partner. When I lead with true masculinity, I'm not just enhancing my own life. I'm creating a relationship that's built on respect, security, and lasting commitment. This approach to masculinity helps me build connections that are meaningful, fulfilling, and truly enriching for both my partner and me. 11. Scarcity of attention. The concept of scarcity of attention is about valuing my time and focus and not giving it away too easily or without purpose. It's not about playing games or being dismissive. Instead, it's about recognizing that my attention is valuable and offering it intentionally. In a world where people are constantly connected and often overwhelmed by attention from all directions, creating a sense of scarcity around my attention can actually make it more meaningful and impactful. By being selective with my time and energy, I foster a sense of appreciation and mutual respect in my relationships. One of the main reasons I practice this is to stay mindful of where my energy goes. If I'm always available, always reaching out, and constantly seeking someone's attention, it can create an imbalance. It may even lead to a sense of complacency, where my presence is taken for granted. When I limit the attention I give, I encourage a dynamic where both my partner and I truly value and make the most of the time we spend together. It's about creating quality over quantity, ensuring that the moments we share are meaningful, focused, and fully engaged. Having a scarcity mindset around attention also means that I don't rely on constant communication to feel connected. I'm comfortable with a degree of distance, knowing that it doesn't diminish the relationship, but instead strengthens it. This allows both my partner and me to maintain a sense of independence and individuality. We don't need to be in constant contact to feel secure. Rather, we trust the bond we've built. When we do come together, it feels fresh and renewed because we've each had time to focus on our own lives, passions, and goals. This approach also helps me avoid the pitfalls of neediness or insecurity. When I value my attention, I'm less likely to fall into the trap of overextending myself just to feel validated. I don't want to be the kind of person who constantly needs to seek reassurance from others, or who feels the urge to fill every moment with interaction. Instead, I aim to feel secure in my own worth and in the relationship itself. This self-assuredness allows me to give my partner the space to miss me, which in turn often leads to a stronger, more passionate connection. By creating a sense of scarcity, I'm signaling that my attention is something to be valued. When I'm fully present and focused on my partner, it's genuine and intentional, not a default state driven by habit or boredom. I've found that when I approach relationships this way, my partner is often more engaged and reciprocates the same level of attention and respect. It's about nurturing a dynamic where we both actively seek and appreciate each other's time, making every moment together count. Scarcity of attention also allows me to focus on personal growth and my own interests. I believe that a healthy relationship is one where both partners are pursuing their individual paths alongside each other. When I dedicate time to my passions, friendships, and self-care, I bring a more enriched version of myself to the relationship. This balance of personal space and shared experiences is key to keeping the relationship exciting and preventing it from feeling stagnant or overly dependent. Additionally, being mindful of my attention means that I'm not constantly seeking external validation. I'm comfortable spending time on my own and don't feel the need to be perpetually connected to feel valued. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm not relying on my partner for constant reassurance or attention. Instead, I bring a sense of wholeness to the relationship, which fosters a healthy balance where we both appreciate each other's presence without feeling suffocated or drained. Ultimately, the scarcity of attention is about fostering a deeper appreciation for each other. By not always being readily available, I encourage both my partner and me to cherish the time we share. It's a way to keep the relationship dynamic as we're not taking each other's presence for granted. When I'm intentional with my attention, I'm creating a relationship where both of us feel valued, respected, and engaged, making the connection more vibrant and fulfilling. In essence, the scarcity of attention is about quality over quantity. It's about bringing a sense of intention and respect to the time I spend with my partner, ensuring that we're both present and truly engaged. This approach helps create a relationship that feels balanced and reciprocal, where each moment together is meaningful and the connection remains fresh and strong. By valuing my attention, I'm not only respecting myself, but also creating a dynamic where my partner feels truly valued and appreciated. 12. Pre-selection. Pre-selection is a concept that recognizes the social and psychological value of being desired by others, particularly in the context of attraction. It's the idea that when I am seen as valuable or desirable by others, it signals something appealing about me to potential partners. However, I approach pre-selection not as a game or strategy, but as a natural byproduct of living a life that's full, engaged, and socially active. When I surround myself with high-quality people and maintain healthy relationships, it shows that I am someone who is valued and respected by others, which in turn can make me more attractive to a partner. For me, pre-selection starts with building strong friendships and connections. I genuinely enjoy spending time with people who inspire me, challenge me, and bring out the best in me. These relationships, whether they're with friends, family, or colleagues, reflect a high level of social health and well-being. When my partner sees that I have these meaningful connections, it sends the message that I am someone who is valued by others, which can often be attractive. It's reassuring to know that the person you're with is well regarded and appreciated by those around them. Pre-selection also means being comfortable and confident around other women, even when there's no romantic intention. Having positive, respectful friendships with women not only enriches my life, but also shows that I know how to engage with and appreciate women in a non-romantic context. It demonstrates that I'm capable of meaningful, respectful interactions, which can make me more appealing as a partner. It also shows that I'm not someone who sees women purely in terms of romantic interest. Rather, I value them as individuals. This level of respect and comfort can be attractive because it shows that I understand and respect boundaries. Another aspect of pre-selection is self-respect and selective dating. I don't pursue relationships for the sake of it or lower my standards just to avoid being alone. By valuing myself and being selective about whom I invest my time and energy in, I'm showing that I respect both myself and the people I choose to be with. When I'm intentional about who I date and the connections I pursue, it signals to others that I value quality over quantity and that I'm not someone who settles easily. This discernment can be appealing because it suggests I'm someone worth earning, not someone who is readily available to everyone. Pre-selection for me also involves living a life that's interesting and full. When I am dedicated to my passions, goals, and personal growth, it naturally attracts people who share similar values. By leading a fulfilling life, I'm not only improving myself, but also becoming someone who is naturally attractive to others. This isn't about trying to impress anyone. It's about creating a life that's meaningful to me. When others see that I'm genuinely passionate and driven, it makes me more compelling as a person, which can spark curiosity and interest. I also believe that pre-selection is about respect and boundaries. When I'm in a relationship, I remain respectful of my partner and ensure that my interactions with others are appropriate. However, having friends or social interactions outside the relationship doesn't mean I am unfaithful or disloyal. Instead, it shows that I am capable of building and maintaining healthy relationships with a variety of people. This balance shows that I'm both committed to my partner and also a social individual who values connections with others. Maintaining this balance creates a healthy sense of independence and trust, which strengthens the relationship. In a relationship, pre-selection contributes to a dynamic where my partner knows they are with someone who is genuinely valued and appreciated by others. It brings a level of reassurance as my partner can see that I have a supportive social network and that I'm respected by those in my life. This doesn't mean I encourage jealousy. Rather, it's about creating a healthy social balance where I'm someone who is respected and valued by people beyond my partner. It shows that I'm a well-rounded person with strong connections, which ultimately makes the relationship more balanced and grounded. Ultimately, pre-selection is about creating a life that's rich, meaningful, and socially healthy. It's about being intentional with the people I surround myself with and building connections that reflect my values. By nurturing a full social life, respecting boundaries, and maintaining a strong sense of self-worth, I'm naturally creating an aura of value and respect. This not only makes me a more appealing partner, but also fosters a relationship dynamic based on mutual admiration and genuine attraction. In essence, pre-selection isn't about putting on a show or trying to appear desirable. It's about living in a way that brings out my best qualities, showing my partner that I am someone who is valued by others and who values myself. When I'm surrounded by positive, healthy relationships, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a partnership that's supported by a strong social foundation. This approach to pre-selection helps build a relationship where both partners feel valued, secure, and truly connected. 13. Authenticity. Authenticity to me is the cornerstone of a meaningful and fulfilling life. It's about embracing who I truly am, living in alignment with my values, and presenting my genuine self in all situations, especially in relationships. I've come to believe that authenticity is one of the most attractive qualities anyone can bring to a relationship. When I'm authentic, I'm not putting on an act, hiding behind a facade, or trying to impress anyone with something I'm not. Instead, I'm fully comfortable in my own skin, which allows me to connect with others on a deeper, more honest level. Being authentic starts with self-awareness. I spend time understanding my values, goals, and priorities, and I make sure my actions reflect them. It's easy to get caught up in trying to be what others expect, but I know that ultimately it's not sustainable. I want my partner to know the real me, not a version tailored to please or impress. By embracing my true self, I'm setting a foundation of honesty and trust, where my partner can feel they're getting to know the person I am, not a curated image. Authenticity also means embracing my imperfections. I've learned that being authentic isn't about being perfect. It's about being real. I don't feel the need to hide my flaws or weaknesses, nor do I pretend to have it all figured out. When I'm open about my struggles, fears, and areas where I'm still growing, it creates a space where my partner feels comfortable sharing their vulnerabilities as well. This mutual openness leads to a deeper level of intimacy and connection because we're both free to be our true selves without the pressure of meeting unrealistic standards. Living authentically also means that I'm consistent. I strive to be the same person in private that I am in public, and I don't change my values or behavior based on who I'm around. This consistency builds trust in my relationships because my partner knows that what they see is what they get. I'm not pretending to be someone I'm not, and that stability allows them to feel secure. I believe that authenticity creates a steady foundation, as there's no fear of hidden motives or sudden shifts in personality. It's a kind of reliability that goes beyond words. It's a way of living. Authenticity encourages deeper and more honest communication. When I'm being my true self, I can communicate more openly and clearly because I'm not filtering my thoughts to fit an image. I'm able to express my needs, desires and boundaries honestly, which prevents misunderstandings and builds a stronger, healthier relationship. I believe that a relationship rooted in authenticity is one where both partners feel free to share their thoughts and feelings without judgment or fear. It's about creating an environment where we both feel heard, respected, and understood. Another aspect of authenticity is having the courage to stand by my beliefs, even if they're unpopular. I'm not afraid to disagree or hold a different viewpoint, as long as it aligns with my values. I know that being authentic sometimes means going against the crowd, but I'm committed to living in a way that feels true to me. In relationships, this integrity is crucial, as it shows that I won't compromise my core values just to gain approval. It creates a level of respect between me and my partner, as we both know that we're each standing on solid ground. Being authentic also allows me to appreciate others' authenticity. I value relationships where my partner feels free to be themselves, flaws and all. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for someone who is genuine, open, and self-aware. By embracing my own authenticity, I create a space where my partner can do the same. This mutual acceptance allows us both to grow and evolve together, knowing that we're appreciated for who we truly are, not for an idealized version of ourselves. Ultimately, authenticity leads to a relationship that feels freeing and fulfilling. When I'm my true self, I'm not burdened by the pressure to constantly impress or conform. I'm able to be vulnerable, honest, and open, creating a connection that feels deeply satisfying and real. I believe that when both partners bring their authentic selves to a relationship, it creates a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. There's a depth to the relationship that goes beyond superficial attraction, as it's rooted in true understanding and acceptance. In essence, authenticity is about honoring who I am and bringing that honesty into my relationships. It's a commitment to living with integrity and to building connections that are rich, meaningful, and based on a foundation of truth. By staying true to myself, I'm able to create relationships where both my partner and I feel valued, seen, and truly connected. Authenticity transforms relationships from a place of performance into a space of real, deep, and lasting connection. 14. Charismatic leadership. Charismatic leadership, to me, is about leading with confidence, kindness, and an infectious sense of purpose. It's not about being overbearing or controlling. Rather, it's about bringing a positive influence into my relationships and inspiring those around me through my actions. I believe that charismatic leadership involves taking initiative, being decisive when necessary, and encouraging those I care about to grow alongside me. In relationships, this quality helps me create a strong, balanced connection where both my partner and I feel motivated, supported, and respected. One of the key aspects of charismatic leadership is confidence. I aim to make decisions with clarity and assurance, particularly in situations where guidance is needed. For example, when planning dates, trips, or even daily routines, I like to take the initiative to suggest ideas and make choices that create a fulfilling experience for both of us. This doesn't mean I ignore my partner's preferences or opinions. Rather, I value and incorporate them. However, by showing confidence and a willingness to take the lead, I bring a sense of direction and excitement to the relationship, which can make us both feel more engaged and connected. Being a charismatic leader also means knowing when to listen and empower my partner. Leadership is not about taking control, but rather about creating an environment where both of us can thrive. I strive to be receptive to my partner's ideas, goals, and aspirations, supporting them wholeheartedly. I encourage my partner to pursue their dreams and interests and provide a listening ear when they need it. When I can offer support and cheer them on, it creates a partnership dynamic where we're both growing and achieving our goals, together and as individuals. Leadership in relationships is a shared journey, where both people feel uplifted by each other. Another component of charismatic leadership is being able to handle challenges with grace. Life isn't always smooth, and relationships inevitably face difficulties. I believe that true leadership is shown in how I respond to these challenges. Instead of panicking or avoiding problems, I try to approach them calmly and focus on finding solutions. By remaining grounded and clear-headed, I offer stability to my partner and show that we can face difficulties as a team. This resilience inspires trust, as my partner knows they can count on me to handle tough times with a steady hand and a positive outlook. Charismatic leadership also involves making others feel valued and appreciated. In relationships, I believe it's important to genuinely recognize my partner's contributions and qualities. I want to create an environment where my partner feels seen, heard, and respected, whether it's by expressing gratitude for the little things they do, complimenting their strengths, or acknowledging their efforts. I show my appreciation openly. This type of encouragement is at the heart of charismatic leadership. It's about making those around you feel confident, inspired, and valued, which brings out the best in them and strengthens the connection. Part of being a charismatic leader is taking responsibility. I hold myself accountable for my actions, decisions, and emotions. When I make a mistake, I own up to it, rather than shifting blame or avoiding it. This accountability shows my partner that I'm trustworthy and willing to learn and grow. By being responsible for myself, I set a standard of integrity and respect, which I believe is essential for any healthy relationship. Taking responsibility also means being proactive in addressing issues before they escalate, showing my partner that I'm committed to maintaining a positive and open dynamic. Charismatic leadership doesn't require that I always be in the spotlight or make every decision. Rather, it's about fostering an environment of mutual respect, open communication, and shared growth. I want to inspire confidence and curiosity in my partner, so we both feel encouraged to take risks, try new things, and explore life together. Whether it's by planning a surprise, supporting them through a challenging time, or simply being a strong, positive presence in their life, I aim to bring a sense of joy, motivation, and energy to our relationship. Ultimately, charismatic leadership in relationships is about creating a balance where both partners feel supported, respected, and uplifted. It's a way of bringing energy, resilience, and warmth into the relationship, inspiring each other to grow and become better versions of ourselves. I see charismatic leadership as a quality that strengthens the bond between us, making the relationship feel dynamic, exciting, and meaningful. When I lead with kindness, confidence, and openness, I'm not only enriching my own life, but also creating a relationship where both of us feel valued and empowered. In essence, charismatic leadership is about being a positive force in my partner's life, someone who inspires, supports, and uplifts. It's about taking initiative with respect and integrity, being present and encouraging, and approaching challenges with resilience and grace. By embracing this quality, I strive to build a relationship that's not only grounded in trust and respect, but also infused with a shared sense of purpose and joy. This approach to leadership creates a foundation where both of us can thrive, individually and together, as we navigate life hand in hand. 15. Passionate interests. Passionate interests bring a unique depth and vibrancy to my life, and they are something I consider essential not only for personal fulfillment, but also for creating a dynamic, inspiring relationship. When I'm genuinely passionate about something, whether it's a hobby, a skill, a career goal, or a personal project, it shows that I'm engaged with life, constantly learning and striving for more. This drive adds dimension to who I am, which can be incredibly attractive to a partner. Passion isn't just about having interests. It's about the energy, enthusiasm, and commitment that I bring to the things that matter to me. For me, pursuing my passions is a way to stay grounded and fulfilled. When I'm actively engaged in something I care about, it gives me a sense of purpose and excitement. I wake up feeling energized, knowing that I'm working towards something meaningful. This enthusiasm naturally spills over into other areas of my life, including my relationships. I found that having passions makes me a more interesting and engaged partner, as I'm not solely focused on the relationship for fulfillment. Instead, I bring my own joy, inspiration, and stories to share, which adds richness to our connection. Having passionate interests also helps me maintain a healthy balance between my relationship and personal life. I believe that a relationship thrives when both partners have space to pursue their individual goals and dreams. By dedicating time to my passions, I'm not only investing in my personal growth, but also giving my partner the freedom to explore their own interests. This balance prevents codependency and keeps the relationship fresh, as we both have our own lives to bring back to the relationship. When we come together, we have new experiences, insights, and growth to share, which makes our connection stronger. My passions are a source of resilience and self-confidence. When I commit to a goal and work towards it, even through setbacks, I build a stronger sense of self-worth. I know that my value isn't tied to anyone else. It comes from within, from the things I achieve and the joy I find in my pursuits. This inner strength and confidence make me a more balanced partner, as I'm not seeking validation solely from the relationship. Instead, I feel secure and fulfilled, which allows me to contribute positively to the partnership without relying on it for my happiness. Sharing my passions with my partner also opens up opportunities for connection. I love introducing them to the things I care about, whether it's a new hobby, a favorite book, or an exciting project I'm working on. This sharing allows us to explore each other's worlds and learn more about what drives and inspires us. I'm equally interested in learning about my partner's passions and supporting them in their pursuits. By taking an active interest in each other's hobbies and goals, we build a relationship that's enriched with shared experiences and mutual support. Moreover, my passionate interests push me to constantly grow and evolve. They challenge me, stretch my abilities, and keep me curious about the world. I believe that when I'm dedicated to personal growth, I bring new perspectives and fresh energy into the relationship. I want to be with someone who sees my dedication to self-improvement as a strength and who is inspired to pursue their own growth as well. When both partners are committed to bettering themselves, it creates a dynamic where we're continuously learning, adapting, and evolving together, which keeps the relationship alive and exciting. Another important aspect of having passionate interests is the sense of independence it fosters. I'm not defined by my relationship. I have my own identity, goals, and purpose outside of it. This independence is attractive because it shows that I'm a whole person on my own, and I'm not looking for someone to complete me. I want a relationship where both of us feel complete as individuals and come together to create something even greater. My passions help me maintain this sense of wholeness, allowing me to bring my best self to the relationship and inspiring my partner to do the same. Ultimately, passionate interests give me a sense of direction and fulfillment that goes beyond the relationship itself. They make me a more grounded, resilient, and engaging partner, and they allow me to contribute positively to the relationship without expecting it to fulfill all my needs. By having my own interests, I'm able to keep the relationship balanced and dynamic, creating a partnership where both of us feel free to explore and grow. In essence, passionate interests are more than just hobbies or goals. They are an essential part of who I am. They fuel my growth, bring joy to my life, and make me a more self-assured, fulfilled, and engaging partner. By living with passion and purpose, I create a relationship where both of us feel inspired and supported. This approach to life and love fosters a connection that's rich, balanced, and full of genuine excitement, as we both bring our unique energies and dreams into a shared journey. Here are 10 signs that you are being too kind, and 4 powerful strategies to stop people from taking advantage of your kindness and protect your energy. Have you ever felt like your kindness is being used against you? Maybe you've noticed one of these signs. People only come to you when they need something. Your goals are consistently sidelined, or you feel drained and unappreciated after helping others. If any of these resonate, it's a wake-up call. You might be giving too much, and it's costing you your happiness and peace of mind. When you're overly kind, you risk falling into dangerous patterns. You might find yourself neglecting your own needs, attracting people who drain your energy, or being treated as weak. Worse, you could even lose touch with your own identity as your life becomes consumed by the needs of others. The Stoics warned against this imbalance, teaching us the importance of self-respect and setting boundaries. But don't worry, there's a way out. Imagine a life where you could spot these 10 signs early and take action. People treating you as weak, assuming you'll handle everything, or overlooking your goals. What if you could break free from these cycles, preserve your energy, and still be a kind and giving person? In this video, I'll reveal 10 signs that you are being too kind and 4 transformative strategies to protect your energy while maintaining meaningful relationships. By the end, you'll have the tools to balance kindness with self-respect and finally stop feeling taken advantage of. Stick around. This could change the way you see yourself and your relationships forever. 10 signs that you should stop being too kind. 1. Unrealistic expectations. How overgiving leaves you drained. Let me tell you about a moment in my life when I felt completely wiped out. I had bent over backward to help a friend who was struggling. I covered their shifts, lent them money, and even spent hours listening to their problems. At first, I felt good, like I was making a difference. But as the weeks went by, something strange started happening. I found myself waiting for them to ask, "How are you doing?" or to return the favor. Spoiler alert, it didn't happen. Instead, they grew comfortable taking what I gave, and I grew resentful. Here's the truth I had to face. I wasn't being selfless. I was attaching strings. I expected them to give back, to reciprocate, to care as much as I cared. And when they didn't, I felt betrayed. That's when I realized I had unrealistic expectations, and it wasn't their fault. It was mine. The Stoics teach us to give freely, but with boundaries. They say, give not to please, but to act in accordance with your own principles. Giving from a place of expectation isn't generosity. It's a transaction. And when you expect others to fill your emotional bank account, you set yourself up for disappointment. 2. Dependency creation. Breaking free from the trap of always giving. I used to think that helping others non-stop was a sign of strength. If I could solve everyone's problems, surely they'd see my value, right? But here's the trap. The more I helped, the less others tried to help themselves. My constant giving became a crutch for them and a burden for me. I'll never forget the time I stayed up all night finishing a colleague's project. Instead of gratitude, they handed me even more work the next week. I was enabling their laziness, not empowering their growth. That's when I realized I was stuck in a cycle of overgiving, and it was harming both of us. The Stoics remind us that self-respect begins with boundaries. As Seneca said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage. Living courageously means saying no when giving would hurt you or hinder someone else's growth. True kindness isn't about doing everything for others. It's about inspiring them to step up and handle their own responsibilities. Once I learned this, I started changing my approach. Instead of jumping in to fix everything, I offered guidance and encouragement, but I let people take charge of their own challenges. It wasn't easy at first, old habits die hard, but over time it felt empowering. Remember this, when you always rescue others, you're not helping them, you're holding them back. Be kind, but don't let your kindness become a cage for yourself or others. Empower, don't enable. I started asking myself, am I giving because I genuinely want to, or because I expect something in return? That shift in mindset was life-changing. Now, I give what I can without overextending myself, and I let go of the outcome. It's not about getting something back. It's about staying true to who I am. And guess what? When you give from a place of strength and self-respect, people sense it. It creates healthier relationships. Stop chasing approval. Start embracing the power of intentional giving. It's freedom. 3. Neglected goals. How overgiving can steal your purpose. There was a point in my life when I felt like I was running on a hamster wheel. Every day was a blur of helping others, family, friends, co-workers, but my own goals, forgotten. I was so focused on pleasing everyone else that I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. The wake-up call came when I missed a major opportunity because I was too busy helping someone move. I looked at my life and thought, how did I get here? The Stoics warn us that if we ignore our own responsibilities, we lose ourselves. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." I had been avoiding my own dreams by drowning myself in other people's problems. It felt easier to fix their lives than to face my own fears. But here's the truth. Self-neglect isn't noble. It's self-sabotage. So I started small. I made time for what mattered to me, writing, learning, working toward my dreams. I learned to politely decline requests that didn't align with my priorities. And guess what? Not only did I start making progress, but people respected me more for it. If you feel lost in the chaos of helping everyone but yourself, it's time to stop. Your dreams deserve your attention. Take control of your life by setting boundaries and putting yourself first, not out of selfishness, but out of self-respect. 4. Perceived weakness. How overgiving undermines your strength. There was a time when I prided myself on being the person everyone could count on. Need a favor? I was your go-to, but over time I noticed something unsettling. People began to take my help for granted. Worse, they started treating me as if I didn't have the strength to stand up for myself. I remember a moment when someone flat out said, "Don't worry, you'll do it. You always do." That hit me like a ton of bricks. My kindness, which I thought would earn respect, was being mistaken for weakness. It wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. The Stoics teach us that true strength comes from self-control and setting boundaries. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." By not saying no, I was giving up my freedom and my power. I decided to change. The next time someone pushed a responsibility onto me, I respectfully declined. At first, they were surprised, even annoyed, but eventually something unexpected happened. They began to respect me. Saying no didn't make me less helpful. It made me someone whose time and energy were valued. Here's the truth. People will treat you the way you teach them to. If you don't set boundaries, you'll be seen as a doormat. But when you stand up for yourself, you command respect. Don't let your kindness be mistaken for weakness. Let it be rooted in strength. 5. Conditional relationships. Recognizing true connections. One day, I looked around and realized that most of the people in my life only showed up when they needed something. At first, I told myself, that's just how people are. But deep down, it stung. Why weren't they there when I needed support? The Stoics teach us to act with wisdom and discernment. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." I realized I needed to be intentional about my relationships, focusing on those who truly valued me for who I was, not what I could do for them. I began to pull back from one-sided friendships. It was hard, I'm not going to lie. But as I let go of people who only took, I made space for deeper, more meaningful connections. I discovered the power of saying, "I can't right now," and it helped me see who truly valued me beyond my favors. Here's the key. Real relationships are about mutual respect and care. If someone only calls when they need something, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Invest your time in people who lift you up, not just those who weigh you down. 6. Attracting opportunists. Guarding your energy. I used to wonder why certain people seemed to gravitate toward me, the ones who always had problems but never solutions. They drained my energy, leaving me emotionally and mentally exhausted. No matter how much I gave, it was never enough. It felt like I was a magnet for negativity. The Stoics have a profound lesson here. We are what we repeatedly do. If you give endlessly without boundaries, you train others to see you as a resource rather than a person. When your energy is low, you attract opportunists, people who take but never give. This realization hit me hard. I had to acknowledge that my overgiving was part of the problem. So I decided to shift my focus. Instead of giving to everyone, I started prioritizing relationships and activities that uplifted me. I began practicing what the Stoics call apatheia, emotional balance, by protecting my energy. It wasn't easy. Some people didn't like the new boundaries, but as I distanced myself from those who drained me, I noticed something incredible. I started attracting people who brought positivity and support into my life. When you elevate your energy, you invite better into your world. Remember, kindness is powerful, but it needs to come from a place of strength. Protect your energy. It's your greatest asset. 7. Risk of addiction. The hidden cost of overgiving. One day, someone close to me said, "You're always helping others, but have you noticed how much you've been relying on that extra drink or those late-night snacks?" At first, I brushed it off, but later it hit me. My overgiving was driving me to unhealthy habits. I was using distractions to cope with burnout. The Stoics warn us about losing control over ourselves. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you give too much and neglect your own needs, you leave a void that unhealthy habits can easily fill. I started paying attention to how I felt after giving too much, tired, frustrated, and sometimes even resentful. To break the cycle, I began setting firm boundaries and prioritizing my own well-being. I replaced unhealthy habits with restorative ones, like journaling or taking long walks. If you're caught in a pattern of overgiving and unhealthy coping, pause, reflect. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to help others. Master your choices, and you'll master your life. 8. Suspicion of motives. Why kindness can be misunderstood. I used to think kindness would always be appreciated, but there were moments when people questioned my intentions. "Why are you doing this?" they'd ask, as if my generosity had some hidden agenda. It was disheartening. The Stoics remind us to focus on our actions, not others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Living with integrity means doing good for its own sake, not for validation or approval. I learned to let go of how others perceived my kindness. I focused on living in alignment with my values, knowing that not everyone would understand or trust my motives. Over time, the right people saw my intentions, and the wrong ones fell away. If you've experienced this, remember, you don't need to prove yourself to anyone. Be kind, but don't let suspicion discourage you. Your actions, grounded in integrity, will speak louder than words. 9. Loss of identity. Forgetting who you are. There was a time in my life when I felt like I was living for everyone else. I was the problem solver, the caregiver, the one who always said, "I'll handle it." Slowly, without even noticing, I started losing touch with who I really was. My dreams, interests, and even my sense of self-worth faded into the background. The Stoics teach us that our identity lies in our ability to live in harmony with our values. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Overgiving can pull you away from the essence of who you are because you're too busy trying to meet others' expectations. I realized that I wasn't just overgiving. I was using it as a way to avoid confronting my own fears and insecurities. By focusing entirely on others, I didn't have to face my inner struggles, but ignoring them only made things worse. I began reclaiming my identity by setting aside time to reflect on what truly mattered to me. I asked myself, what do I stand for? What do I want my life to look like? It wasn't easy, but the more I aligned with my values, the stronger and more confident I became. If you've lost touch with yourself, pause and reconnect. Kindness begins with being kind to yourself. When you know who you are, your kindness will have more purpose and power. 10. Burnout, the ultimate cost of overgiving. I remember one particularly busy month where I said yes to everything. Helping a friend move, covering extra shifts at work, and even volunteering at an event. By the end of it, I was completely drained. I had nothing left for myself or anyone else. That's when I realized burnout isn't just physical exhaustion, it's emotional and mental depletion too. The Stoics warn us about the dangers of overextending ourselves. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." When we give too much, we not only exhaust our resources but also carry unnecessary mental burdens. I learned to recognize the signs of burnout: constant fatigue, irritability, and feeling like I was running on empty. To recover, I started practicing the Stoic principle of moderation. I made deliberate choices about where to spend my time and energy, and I gave myself permission to rest. Burnout teaches a valuable lesson. You can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritize your well-being, and you'll find that you have more to give, not less. The key is balance. When you protect yourself from burnout, your acts of kindness will come from a place of abundance, not obligation. Here are 4 strategies to avoid exploitation. 1. Self-awareness. Listen to your emotions. There was a time when I thought I could give endlessly without consequences. I'd feel drained, frustrated, or even resentful after helping someone, but I'd brush it off as normal. What I didn't realize was that these feelings were my mind and body screaming for attention, telling me something wasn't right. The Stoics emphasize the importance of self-awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When we ignore our emotions, we lose sight of what we need and allow ourselves to be overrun by others' demands. I started practicing emotional check-ins. Before agreeing to help someone, I asked myself, how do I feel about this? Am I giving because I want to, or because I feel pressured? If the thought of saying yes left me anxious or overwhelmed, I knew it was time to step back. Self-awareness doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help in a way that doesn't compromise your well-being. I learned to give from a place of strength, not obligation. By recognizing when I was overextending myself, I could course correct before reaching burnout. Your emotions are a guide, not a weakness. They reveal when your boundaries are being crossed or when you're neglecting your needs. Listen to them. When you honor your feelings, you protect your energy and ensure that your kindness is sustainable. 2. Say no. The power of boundaries. Saying no used to terrify me. I worried people would see me as selfish or unreliable. So, I said yes to everything, even when it stretched me thin. The result? I felt exhausted, unappreciated, and trapped in commitments I didn't want to fulfill. The Stoics remind us that true freedom lies in self-control. Epictetus said, "He who is not master of himself is forever a slave." Learning to say no is an act of mastery. It allows you to protect your time, energy, and priorities. At first, saying no felt awkward. I practiced in front of a mirror, telling myself, no isn't rejection, it's self-respect. When someone asked for more than I could give, I'd respond with empathy but firmness. "I'd love to help, but I can't commit right now." It was liberating. The more I used this magic word, the more I realized its power. People began respecting my boundaries, and I felt lighter and more in control of my life. Saying no isn't about being selfish. It's about ensuring you have the capacity to say yes to what truly matters. Here's the truth. Every time you say no to something misaligned with your priorities, you say yes to yourself. Practice this skill. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Boundaries aren't walls, they're bridges to a healthier, more balanced life. 3. Prioritize personal time. Self-care isn't selfish. I used to think carving out personal time was indulgent. My calendar was packed with tasks for others, and I felt guilty about taking even a moment for myself. But eventually, I hit a breaking point. I realized I couldn't keep giving if I was running on empty. The Stoics understood the value of self-care. Seneca said, "We should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." Time for yourself isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. I started scheduling me time like any other appointment. Whether it was an hour for exercise, reading a good book, or simply sitting with my thoughts, I treated it as non-negotiable. When someone asked for my help during this time, I respectfully declined or offered to assist later. Protecting this space became my way of honoring my well-being. The benefits were profound. I felt more energized, focused and present, not just for myself, but for others. Self-care wasn't selfish. It was an act of love that allowed me to show up better in every area of my life. If you're struggling to prioritize yourself, start small. Set aside 10 minutes a day for something that brings you joy or peace. As you build this habit, you'll find that personal time isn't a luxury. It's the foundation of your strength. 4. Identify energy vampires. Protect your energy. Have you ever spent time with someone who leaves you feeling completely drained? I used to think I had to help everyone, no matter how much it cost me emotionally. But certain people, energy vampires, took more than I could give and left me feeling empty. The Stoics advise us to choose our relationships wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." Not everyone deserves your time or energy, especially those who take without giving back. I began to identify the energy vampires in my life, the ones who constantly complained, sought attention, or created drama without ever working on their problems. At first, it was hard to distance myself. I felt guilty, as if I was abandoning them. But then I realized I couldn't help them if they weren't willing to help themselves. By stepping back, I freed up emotional space for relationships that uplifted me. I surrounded myself with people who inspired, supported, and challenged me to grow. It wasn't about cutting everyone off. It was about setting boundaries with those who drained me. If someone in your life consistently takes more than they give, it's time to reassess that relationship. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's essential. You can't light up the world if someone is constantly dimming your flame. Choose wisely, and you'll thrive. Finding the balance between kindness and self-respect is one of the most empowering journeys you can take. By learning to set boundaries, prioritize your well-being, and protect your energy, you not only safeguard yourself, but also create deeper, more meaningful relationships with those who truly value you. Remember, kindness is most impactful when it comes from a place of strength and self-awareness. If this video resonated with you or gave you a new perspective, let us know in the comments. What signs of overgiving have you noticed in your own life? Which strategy are you most excited to try? Your insights and takeaways might just inspire someone else on their journey. And if you found this content helpful, don't forget to like the video. It helps others discover these life-changing strategies. Subscribe to our channel for more wisdom that empowers you to live with clarity, purpose, and balance. Share this video with someone who might need it. They'll thank you for it. Let's build a community that supports one another in finding harmony between giving and living authentically.